Hello, baby gangsters. This is Calvin, also known as Romer, and this is Genshin Impact, and this is a Skirk story quest. I wasn't recording as I accepted the quest, but basically there was this purple smoke that came in around us, and Paimon told us that we're gonna go to Baiju to see if everything's okay with us, and it even sounded like Paimon was far away at one moment as well. The team we're using today for the Skirk story quest, which I'm so excited to do, is, I think the team is just called We Love Varesa, because, I love that everyone has support for Varesa. It's not a fully leveled team. None of my teams really are. But I'm going to be using Varesa, Nahida, Jean, and Xingqiu, and that's going to be the team for today. I'm super excited to see this, quest, and to see what happens in this quest. It's a nerve-wracking feeling, but also an exciting feeling. We're going to get to talk to Baiju as well, which is cool.
Oh, Baiju wasn't in his shop.
Right.
Oh, you're looking for Dr. Baiju.
This is so interesting.
He's resting today, but he said to send any patients to the back room.
Okay.
Ah, okay. Thanks. We'll head on through.
So, that's a very dynamic interaction, right? A very casual, dynamic interaction they did here with this game. I mean, they do a lot more of that lately. There is a lot of very interesting interactions in the game, and I don't think we've seen one of those before, right? I've seen casual chatter, but oh, Baiju's right here. Looks like we have a special guest.
Traveler, Paimon, welcome. What can I do for you?
Hello, Baiju.
It's the Traveler. He looks absolutely beat these days. He has these huge dark circles around his eyes, like he hasn't slept a wink.
And we heard Paimon's voice as it was in the distance.
And he keeps spacing out. You have to call his name several times before he snaps out of it. What do you think it is? Is he sick?
Is Wander prone to sickness? I find it surprising. I guess I could be. I'm not sure.
Very peculiar. In all the time we've been acquainted, this is the first time you've come to me with a health complaint. Come, let me take a look at you.
Interesting. It is. I think actually is the first time, right?
Okay. Paimon does not like that expression, Baiju. It's not serious, is it?
Complexion is good, eyes are clear, breathing is steady, pulse is strong. Physically, you appear to be in good condition, Traveler.
Interesting.
In theory, your energy level should reflect that. You should be feeling right as rain.
And yet I do feel like something is off.
Hence my concern. A clean bill of health is usually a good thing, but in this case, it likely means your situation is more complicated. Physical illnesses come with detectable symptoms that can be used to diagnose, medicate, and cure the condition. But afflictions of a non-physical nature, they fall outside a doctor's realm of expertise.
Huh? What do you mean, non-physical nature?
Curses, dark magic, it's hard to say. It could just as easily be a simple case of mental fatigue.
Yeah, this seemed very, dark.
Why don't you rest here for a bit? Whatever it is we're dealing with, clues to your condition are sure to reveal themselves in time. Once we know the root cause, we can administer the right treatment.
I see my fair share of mental afflictions. To start with some calming incense and a good night's sleep, a good meal will do a world of good.
In the meantime, Changsheng and I will review the relevant literature for afflictions that present with mental fatigue.
Still, we're not experts on this kind of thing. I say we should strongly consider calling a specialist as soon as possible. A specialist? And Baiju agrees.
Oh, must be a rare condition if not even Baiju and Changsheng have seen it before. Well, all we can do is take their advice. You look like you're about to collapse anyway.
Honestly, glad to have your support, Paimon.
Just get some rest. Paimon will be right here.
I know you will. I know you will.
Fingers crossed you'll be all better when you wake up.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Paimon. Here we go. We're starting it off. Whispers betwixt stars and night. Cigarettes. Oh my god. Oh no, it was almost adorable. It was almost adorable. It was almost adorable. What the hell? Where am I? There's a thick fog covering my field of vision. This feels more real than a dream, but too chilling to be real life. My breath freezes in my throat before I can even exhale it. It feels like my soul has been wrenched from my body and thrust into this strange and unfamiliar place. Whichever direction I look in, there's no end in sight, and worse than that, I think there's something in the fog following me like a shadow. If this is a dream, how long till I wake up? And if it's not, then where in the world am I? Oh, wait a second, what the hell? Something just pierced through the fog and stabbed me in the back, but there's no blood. What the hell was that? There's a strange light come from the wound, and I see this familiar-looking spike retreating back into the darkness. Deep inside, it feels like a part of me is missing, and now another wave of fatigue is washing over me. Is something being taken away from us? Like, are they draining us in some way? What the freaking hell, man?
Traveler!
Oh my god, wake up to Paimon's smile makes it a little bit better.
Rise and shine! Time to wake up! For once, you're making Paimon look like an early riser. It's already afternoon. Hopefully all that sleep did you some good. Feeling any better?
Paimon, I need you to check if there's a cut on my back. Again, like, yeah, that's...
A cut? What? Did you scratch yourself in your sleep? All right, let Paimon take a look.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paimon.
Nope, nothing there. Wait, did you have a nightmare? Okay, don't panic. Paimon heard that dreams tell us what we need by showing us the opposite. So, if you had a nightmare, maybe all you need is something to cheer you up. Come on, Paimon will treat you to something yummy.
Paimon gonna give us some like food or something like that as well. This is such an interesting thing. It looked like whatever that spike was, it was like draining us, right? Definitely like, it seemed like it was making us more fatigued. Paimon orders a bunch of the dishes to cheer you up.
What? So, in this dream, you were trapped in a weird place with thick fog everywhere, and then a spike came out of nowhere and stabbed you in the back? Oh. Okay, well, that's a new one. Are you sure it was a dream? Because from the way you describe it, it sounds like you were really there.
It seemed very real, didn't it? It definitely did seem very real.
But then again, you woke up right where you went to bed. And you were definitely in a deep sleep this morning.
I don't know what to make of it either. Maybe it's just a very lifelike dream?
Then it's decided. Paimon will stay up and watch over you tonight. If anyone tries to mess with you, Paimon will beat him up.
Thank you, Paimon. And I've no doubt you're the one to do it.
Or, wake you up first, and then we can beat him up together.
Yeah, we can try that one. Paimon's smile is a way of putting me at ease. Yes! I agree! Me too! But what I saw is still bothering me. The dream was so chilling and almost feels like there's something watching me from the corner of the world even now. Something stabbed me in the dream, but when I woke up there was still no wound. Still, if I focus on that area, I feel a vague aching, almost as if it's a deep underneath the flesh. Something is
missing.
Something is missing.
Did you just say something?
That wasn't me. That was not me, Paimon. You heard that too?
The flesh remains whole, but the soul is incomplete. Left unresolved, the mind will wither away along with it.
Holy hell, you're just hearing Leeway?
Wait, Paimon remembers you. You're Child's master.
Oh my god. No. Skirk? Are you Skirk? Skirk.
Right. What are you doing here?
Yeah, what the hell? Just showing up like this?
The last time we saw you was at the Primordial Sea in Fontaine, right? But then we left and never learned where you went after that.
That's such a wild way to show up.
Child's been looking everywhere for you, by the way. What brings you to Wanmean Restaurant of all places? You came here looking for us? And were you the one behind that hocus pocus just now?
Tell me, what is it that you saw?
But they want to know what we saw as well. Look at Skirk. Look at Skirk, guys. In the flesh, right in front of us, at our dinner table.
Tight-lipped, huh? I suppose that's fair.
Yeah, it is.
You. I'll take a glass of wine.
Yeah, you.
Oh, of course. Coming right up. We make this one in-house. It's not too strong. Enjoy.
He's like, by the way, you're like all like, you look like you're from a different universe. you look like you're out of this galaxy. Wine.
Chef Mao, I'll take a grilled tigerfish over here.
Coming right up. Ah, if I knew we'd be this busy, I wouldn't have approved Shenhe's vacation.
So Shen is not here. One of the rare times I'm actually frustrated with the game. You know what I mean? Like, and they're almost like saying it right to my face.
At the end of the day, what happens to you is of little consequence to me. I'm not here to try and win you over. Trust me or not, the choice
I
is
get that
yours.
vibe. Her design is so sick.
If you want my help, now's the time to speak up. You have until I finish my drink.
What do you know about this situation?
I was investigating an abyssal disturbance in the area and happened to notice you.
Okay.
Part of your soul is damaged, and the wound bears traces of abyssal corrosion.
Whoa.
Need I say more?
No, you do not need to say more.
Neither of those things sound good.
Horrible stuff, Paimon. Skirk seems to know something, and given what I've seen of her strength, I bet she can tell what happened to me. I don't know what her goal is, but in the moment at least, I think she has. I don't think she has bad intentions. I get that vibe too. I think that if she's here, like, you know, look at that freaking hairpiece. Not the hairpiece, the piece on her hair, like the jewelry.
Well,
Like if she's here
should we trust her?
studying the abyss, what do you think, Paimon? Yeah, we have to ask Paimon some like her opinion as well. But yeah, if she's here studying the abyss.
You mentioned an abyssal disturbance. Maybe that has something to do with what's going on with you. But we could always find a different expert on the abyss to help us out.
Not on short notice. And it's kind of funny. I think if we did find another expert on the abyss, we probably would have to travel a long time. Getting in touch with people sometimes is hard. The majority of people that we love in this game, we find randomly on the road. Like legit, like other story quests will just start like with us walking on the road and then someone being like, "Oh, hey, child, why are you here on this small rowboat?" You know?
Yeah, and that thing she said about your soul being damaged is scaring, Paimon. Definitely something we should fix sooner rather than later. Skirk's an interesting one, that's for sure. But from what Child's told us, she doesn't seem evil, at least.
But that's the thing. I never got the. I think sometimes terrifying things can be given like the badge of evil, like the name tag of evil. She's terrifying. She has such a presence about her. I think like I know it's not exactly the same thing, but when I first met Ningguang, I thought that she could have been a bad character because she has such like that presence of someone who would be a fantastic like villain, you know what I mean? Like, and not just for her appearance, but the way she like carried herself and stuff like this. But then you find out that like there's a reason for that and all that stuff too. I think it's easy to, you know, brand someone with like, oh, are they bad because of the way they act sometimes? But I've learned in Genshin to kind of like give everyone a bit of leeway. Oh, she's very cool.
1, 2, 7.
1, 2, 7.
10.
Oh,
That'll do.
just counting some cash. Wait,
Well, have you made up your mind?
I was in a dark space shrouded in the dense fog that wouldn't disperse. You give Skirk a brief description of your dream.
So that's all we know, Miss Skirk.
Miss Skirk.
Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Help us.
Paimon being very polite here.
So, you couldn't disperse the fog. I understand. Come find me in the Guili Plains when you're done here. Oh, and I left cash for the drink on the table. Settle the bill for me, will you?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Is that's not
She disappeared.
right in front of us? You and Paimon finish your meal and go settle the bill?
Wait, hold on. You overpaid.
Dude,
Here's your
keep the
change.
change, bro.
Oh, no. This includes the drink, so it should be the right amount.
I didn't think you two ordered a drink.
Stop.
We didn't.
Stop.
It was that lady
Stop.
who came and sat with us,
Stop.
remember?
Stop.
You brought it out to her yourself.
Stop.
You sure? I could have sworn there were only 2 of you at that table.
What?
No freaking way.
What'd you put in their dish, Chef Mao? Some kind of hallucinogenic mushroom? You got them seeing things.
How did this... How?
Seeing things? Wait, so neither of you noticed her? Young lady? About this tall? Wearing a purple dress? She ordered a glass of wine.
Paimon's losing it, and I am kind of losing it too, in fairness.
Oh, now you mention it, that vaguely rings a bell. And it looks like I did open the wine jar, so...
Yeah.
It must
So
have just slipped
it wasn't
my
that
mind.
it was
In any
she did
case,
some trick of the
that
mind.
settles your bill. Come again soon.
Chef Mao, check, please.
Coming!
Okay, what was going on there? It's like they didn't remember Skirk being there at all. Even Paimon was half convinced we hallucinated the whole thing. But that Mora she left for us was definitely real. Oh, this whole situation is giving Paimon the creeps. But anyway, she told us to head to the Gwali Plains, right? Let's not keep her waiting.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Wait, we're just warping there? So she did some trick of the mind that made people... Oh, we're not warping there, okay? That made people, like, not... Oh, Karada's there, and is it the same one as before? I think... No, it's a different one. They add new ones. Yeah, I'm going to have to do some of those today, actually. It seems that, like, there was some trick of the mind where, like, she was there, but we just couldn't see... She, like, made... It was almost like the Men in Black thing where, like, makes you forget everything, I guess? But her money is real. She was real. But they just couldn't see her, I guess. I don't know how that works, but I guess it does work as well.
Whoa, what are all these rift hounds doing here?
That's pretty freaking scary if there's rift hounds here.
Aw, looks like they're collecting
Yeah.
something. Oh, well, let's go check it out.
That's worrying as heck if, like, there's rift hounds here. Oh my god. So I'm gonna try and, like, maybe do something cool with this, maybe. I always, like, forget Vanessa's combo. I think it's like what? Bum, thumb. I love this move as well. I forget, like, what the actual combo is, though. It's like...
It's just 6 o'clock. Okay, now time to roll.
Oh, maybe it's... Yeah, maybe it's that, actually. But I could be getting it wrong here. We'll get it right. We can get it right as we're going on.
So, this is what they were collecting.
God remains? Wait, what?
Kinda like, yeah.
Sorry, Paimon.
What is going on here?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. So, like, Archon residue? Like, God remains?
From the moment they are born, all beings with great power have an impact on this world. Even if their body is sundered and their soul extinguished, their influence remains.
Oh my god, look at her. She just froze them all in
Gods are
one
the
moment.
most common example of that. The remnants of gods who fell thousands of years ago remain buried deep within the earth, carrying within them a warped will and a dark curse.
Look at her. Even the tone of her voice is so, like, you know, like, how to say it? It's so, like I know what the word for it. I don't want to say cunning because I don't think it's cunning. I think it's just so, like, soft while being direct.
Together, these remnants form what you call God remains, and it appears that some of those sealed here were dug up and removed. There are traces left, but they're fading fast.
Oh my freaking god, man.
What are you doing?
Wait, is Paimon, like... Paimon was getting very close.
Nothing.
Wait!
Just wanted to make sure you were
No!
real.
She was like inspecting her. She was inspecting her.
She's definitely not a ghost traveler. Paimon poked her, and she's solid.
Thank you, Paimon. The other diners act like you were never there.
Your life hangs in the balance, and that's what you're fixated on? Strange set of priorities.
Honestly, like, you have to understand the journey we've been on, Skirk. I kind of believe we're standing in front of, like, behind Skirk. You know what I mean? I kind of believe we're standing behind Skirk in Leeway. It just feels so weird.
It was just a trick to avoid being perceived. If someone notices me, those memories are erased. Simple as that.
That is ultra powerful. That is ultra powerful.
Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
That is honestly the confidence. We love it, you know? But obviously, like, it's obviously like her calling everyone, like, weak and lowly. So she's saying that, like people just, like, will forget about her automatically. And she's saying, like, hey, you should be happy that you even remembered you opened the wine casket that day.
Now, can we please get
Look
back
at
on
this.
track?
How? This feels so weird.
Okay. Where were we? Right. The God remains. So basically, there's now less of them here than there used to be, right? Isn't that a good thing? In our experience, God remains are 100% bad news. A lot of terrible things have happened because
What?
of them.
Yes, 110% to people that we love as well.
Maybe it's a good thing by human standards, but power doesn't come from nothing, and it doesn't just disappear for no reason. The remains aren't just gone. They were taken.
Like a part of my soul was taken?
Very clever, traveler. You aren't the only one who had something taken from you. There are victims like you everywhere. The only difference being, you can speak, and the remains cannot. So it went unnoticed.
So the remains are being taken all this. Look at the change in night, like light tonight, I should say. So the remains have been taken for a long time, but now we're only noticing because we have something taken from us?
Something similar happened in Sumeru. Within the span of one night, countless consecrated beasts were slaughtered, and a large amount of the god remains buried in the desert went missing.
What the hell, man?
Of course, god remains are just
Oh.
one of the targets. The culprit is chipping away at sources of power all over this world, including the Stella Fortuna above.
Stella Fortuna?
Wait, you mean the stars?
They're chipping away at the star? What is happening?
42 of them have died out in the past few months alone.
The stars. We know that there was a thing in the past with like the idea of like we read this like recently with like the Little Witch book, right? The idea of like the stars fading and one star being left alone. But you're saying like 42 stars have just died.
In Conria, people believed that powerful individuals have corresponding Stella Fortuna. Even should that individual fall, their Stella Fortuna would not disappear, but gradually evolve
Wait,
into a
so
new constellation.
is the Stella Fortuna like the corresponding constellation to a person? Is that what it is?
Yet now, stars are disappearing from the skies entirely, and it's not hard to deduce what's happening to the power they contain. Something has been leeching power from this world like a parasite steals nutrients
sounds
from the
terrifying.
host. And now, it's no longer satisfied with the remains of the dead. It wants
So
you.
we're noticing that like all this stuff is happening now because it's happening to us. It's been taking power from the stars, from God remains, to all power around Tivat, and now we're noticing it for the first time because it's happened to us, which makes sense.
This time, it only took a fragment of your soul. But next time, there's no telling how far it could go.
Why me?
No one knows. All I know for certain is this. Getting back what you lost will not be easy.
Are you going to help us get back what we lost?
Considering how much power this entity has stolen, it must be a god-level being by now at least.
Oh, Jesus.
But that's not the real concern. Souls are fragile things, and yours could easily be crushed if you go up against it.
I'm assuming that this is very powerful, yes.
So you're gonna help us, right?
Paimon, yeah, my same exact sentiment, Paimon, as we look at this freaking Rift Town frozen in the background still.
We're going to help each other. You are my ticket to uncovering this thing's true identity.
Okay?
Well, great. You seem super strong, and you know a lot about the Abyss, so Paimon will take
Yeah,
it.
thank you so much.
Don't get all mushy on me. All I'm doing is helping you get back to normal after a sudden crisis.
Look at this angle. They do angles so well in this game. The directing gets better and better, I feel like.
And I should warn you, getting mixed up with me can have unforeseen consequences. We're on very different journeys. You don't want to be in my debt, trust me.
Sure.
You help me uncover the truth behind this entity, and I'll help you recover what you lost. This is a transaction, that's
So the
all.
way it's actually very interesting that she puts it this way, right? The idea that like we're not friends. This isn't like a beautiful thing that's gonna happen between us. This is literally one for one. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's it.
You would do well to remember that.
Oh, what?
Now, come along.
You want me to go there?
Yeesh. You'd think she'd be a little friendlier since she's agreed to help us. But nope. She's just like when we met her in the Primordial Sea. So
Yeah, she seems like a cold character, but I think she wants us to walk into this rift.
Well, whatever. If that's how it's gonna be, then she doesn't deserve that friendship. What she does deserve is a super embarrassing nickname.
Yeah, but what is it? What is it gonna be? What is it gonna be? No.
Paimon's got it. Frosty the Lavender Melon. Serves that ice queen right.
I love it. I love it, Paimon.
Anyway, the important important thing is that we get that piece of your soul back. So, let's follow her and see what sort of plan she's got.
I absolutely adore it. Frosty the Lavender Melon. Yeah, a lot of stuff is happening. Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it's just purple. Whenever I see purple like that, I'm just like, I want to run.
This place is way bigger than Paimon expected. Where are we?
This is where I live.
This,
I suppose it's the closest thing I have to a home here.
it seems more like somewhere in the abyss.
It is. I brought you here because time flows differently in this
Already
place.
in what way?
I don't know how much Ajax has told you, but when he fell into this space, I mentored him for 3 months. In that time, only 3 days passed in the outside world.
So it's one of those things that it's not hard to understand, but it's like one of those things where it's like, man, like we're getting a lot of stuff here like in one go. But so when she was training Child, right? She was training Tartaglia. So when he was in there being trained, only 3 days passed by in the real world, which to me would be a mind F. Like if you left that space after like those that 3 months, and it was only 3 days had passed, like that means it's 1 month per 1 day. Yeah, that would mess with my mind. So it's 1 month per day.
Ajax? Oh, right! That's Child's real name! Yeah, Paimon remembers him mentioning something like that.
I'm like Paimon sometimes as well, because when she said Ajax first, I was like, Ajax? I was like, that's has to be Child then, right?
So, a month here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? That should mean we're safe from that power-hungry soul snatcher for now, right?
Hopefully?
Yes, well, I didn't bring you here just to show you around. In the outside world, the traveler could be attacked at
Look
any
at that.
moment. But coming here has bought us quite a bit of time. Now, we just need to figure out how to investigate that place you saw, the one full of fog. Both your description and the abyssal disturbance I felt point to that space having some connection to the abyss. It could even be a domain similar to this one. The thief who stole that fragment of your soul is hiding there, but the abyss is a chaotic and turbulent place.
I'd imagine.
If we want to pinpoint their location, we need to see what that space looks like without the fog.
And that's what we noticed, right? The fog that was like surrounding us that made it feel like Paimon was in a distant place, right?
Abyssal power can grant a special form of sight. Have you ever wielded abyssal power before?
Should we say not that I'm aware of?
Okay. Do you plan to learn?
I'm kind of at odds with the abyss. Yeah, truly.
That tracks. All the information you have suggests the abyss is something sinister, and that abyssal power is a wild and dangerous force that always spells disaster.
It's so interesting because, like, we know that our sister wants to use the power of the abyss, right? To go up against, well, no, they just want to have, like, now we know, like, obviously they just want to have Conria, on their side as they go up against the Heavenly Principles. But we do know that Clothar definitely wanted to use the abyss again as a power against the Heavenly Principles.
And you're saying that's not true?
Depends on your perspective. Floods and hurricanes take countless lives too. But if one day you gain the power to control them, what was once a calamity is now
Interesting
just another tool in your
perspective from
arsenal.
Skirk. Skirk is saying yes, like it's the same. Like you could use the example. It's like like you could kill countless people. An army could kill you endlessly, but if you form an army, then you could like fight back as well, right? It's like I think what Skirk is trying to say is like it's not inherently evil to utilize something that can be inherently evil. Now the only thing is, like obviously with a flood and a hurricane, no matter what, something's getting damaged in this. You know what I mean? You're going to damage something in the world with this too. And the same with the abyss. The effects will be there. While like it's not inherently evil, like a flood by itself is not inherently an evil thing. A hurricane is not an evil thing, but you will damage something by using it, you know?
I'll respect
Look at
your
that.
opinion though. Just means we have to turn to the second best option.
Interesting. Skirk says, yeah, like, let's just try something else. What's this?
A little abyss crystal that contains my power. Wear it on your head, and we'll be able to perform dream mirroring when we fall asleep.
Dream mirroring.
Dream
Hey,
mirror?
what's this?
It means experiencing whatever the other person
Oh,
is dreaming.
look at this angle.
Everything they see, think, and feel.
So she'll be able to see like what's in our dream.
Since you haven't studied the art of using abyssal power and have no plans to jump in the deep end right now, I'll have to do the investigating for you. With dream mirroring, every time you slip into a deep sleep, I'll see with my own eyes whatever scene plays out in your mind. Then, I can guide you through the dream environment, and we'll take back what was stolen
This
from
sounds so cool, right? Like, I know, like, it's terrifying, and, like, all this new stuff is really terrifying. Like, and it's not all new stuff, but I do think that, like, it is, so cool at the same time, the idea that you can do this, right? It reminds me of, like, joining someone's dream in, like, Nightmare on Elm Street, you know? Dream Warrior style stuff.
You make it sound so simple.
Paimon is the only one who could thumbs up, you know, Skirk, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm the only person in history who will be giving a thumbs up to Skirk. So all I need to do is wait.
Tough to say. This is an unprecedented situation for both of us. Even assuming we do manage to find where this entity is hiding, like I said, getting your soul fragment back won't be easy. To play it safe, I need to give you some special training first.
We're getting trained by Skirk just like Tartaglia was.
Wait, you're gonna teach him some of your martial arts?
Martial arts.
Does that mean the next time we see Child, we have to treat him like our
That's the
senior?
first thing Paimon thinks of. No, well, like, I already treat Child very well. I love him. But, I think he would be, like, a higher rank than us.
Do as you want. For my part, I don't see you as my disciples. You're already a pretty good fighter.
Thank you.
All I'm planning to do is build on your
Look at
current
this image.
skills and train you for the specific scenarios that I think
Like,
we might
I feel like
face.
Skirk is, like, talks about everything in, like, very, like, to them anyway, very logical perspectives, right? Where it's like, I don't think about that. I'm not thinking about that. You're not my friend. Stop it. You know what I mean? It's almost like these ultra boundaries. Such a cool design.
But that's enough talk. If you're ready to do this, then come with me. Time might be more lenient here, but that's no excuse to waste it.
Oh, she moves fast. Paimon can hardly keep up with her. So, special training, huh? Kind of a rare opportunity. With your skills, there's not a lot of people qualified
That
to
is
train
true.
you.
That is true. We've done so much as well, and we fought through so much in this game too.
The last time something like this happened was probably anti-Raiden Shogun training, right?
Yes, but Miko.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
You're so right. Yeah, that was such an interesting time.
Skirk seems pretty strong too, though. Remember how she said that the all-devouring narwhal was just her master's
Such a
pet?
Logi.
Maybe we really will learn something here.
No, I love that perspective from Paimon as well to bring up Miko as well, because that was one of those moments as well where we I think we have gone on a journey where we acknowledge now how powerful we are, and I think in this game everyone acknowledges how powerful we are as well. This place is so impressive. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things I love. The one things I love about Genshin is that they don't hide the fact that our character is a beast. Our character is so tough now. And I did the quest. Oh, we're very low health here. I did the quest with should we eat something? Maybe. I did the quest with Baidu recently, and Beidou recently, and one of the things that's so interesting about it is the perspective before you go to Sumeru from a character is that you've done some amazing stuff, but you're gonna do so much more amazing things as well. I love that perspective only because nowadays every character does see us as someone who's so powerful, like hero, someone who can withstand so many things. And I love that you don't hide away from it. There's no we don't have to be modest here. Our character Aether has done so many incredible things that people won't ever even choose do a minimum amount of that stuff in their lifetime. That at the time with Miko training us was such an incredible moment because we weren't like the Aether we are now. And to have someone else who can train us in this way, because I feel like a lot of the characters we meet will fight us and then be like, you're pretty freaking tough. But there's still some stuff you need to learn as well, right? Now I think we can still accept training from a lot of characters. I think a Nouvelette training would be fantastic. I think that Arlecchino would be another fantastic thing as well. But obviously there's some characters who just know, hey, Aether is so powerful, you know? Let's head on through here. I think it's just a very interesting perspective, how far we've come, you know? Oh my god. Oh, it's a domain. So maybe we should heal. Let me heal. Where's my madams? Where's my sweet madams? Begin the first round of special training. What do you think of this? What do you think of Skirk? Like my colors? Now I'm the sparkly one.
Ready?
Bring it on!
Your training will be split into 3 stages. Testing your blade work, elemental abilities, and reasoning skills. We'll start with blade work. You're no rookie in this area, so I won't bore you with the basics.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this so
During
much.
your long journey, you've no doubt sparred with a lot of talented sword fighters. Consciously or not, you will have picked up all kinds of techniques from them.
And that's such a good way of looking at it as well.
You bet. There's Kaya, Master Jean, Kuching. Oh, and Kazuha,
Yeah?
Ayaka.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've met sword masters like you in every nation we've been
100%. I think it's such a good way of looking at it. We've learned so much from so many characters.
through. You sparred with a bunch of them too, right? Nice to know it's all gonna come in handy now.
We fought Tartaglia, we fought Arlecchino, and we did lose. But you know what I mean? We fought Arlecchino as well. We fought. There's like a bunch of characters. I think we fought the Raiden Shogun, for example. Yeah, another example. We fought Vaughn. I know he's not a sword fighter, but you know what I mean. And a few of those characters aren't sword fighters either. But you know what I mean. We fought a few characters.
Don't get too smug. In sword fighting, techniques alone are not enough. You need a cohesive system to bring it all together. A style or school of fighting.
And this is true in like many fighting sports.
To use the human body as an analogy, your style is your skeleton, the foundation, the framework. Techniques are the muscles and other flesh attached to the bones. This is where your strength comes from. Improving your sword fighting is like growing that body. If your frame got bigger and taller, but you didn't add any muscle mass, you'd be weak and flimsy. Then again, if you packed on pounds of flesh without a big enough frame to support it, you'd end up bloated and unwieldy.
Okay, so she's equating it to the idea of like, you know, working out and stuff like this, I guess, and I guess, you know, chiseling your body.
You need to do some introspection. Take a good, hard look at your past experiences and figure out which parts of what you've learned are just techniques and which parts can be used to form your own system of blade work. Only then will you get the full utility out of all your thoughts and observations along the way. Only then will every strike you deliver make perfect sense.
This is so cool. This is so cool.
Wait, is that it? Paimon thought you were gonna teach him some cool new moves. Like when you went swoosh and opened a tunnel to another
Paimon
place.
wanted to do some warping, I guess.
One day, you'll reach a new level of power where you realize that even that's as basic a trick as any other. But right now, our sword styles are so wildly different that teaching you mere techniques is pointless.
I get what she's saying. Like, there's such a vast like gulf between us that, like, you know, being like, hey, do this spin move and do this spin attack and do this here, probably wouldn't benefit as much as, like, you know, the actual as getting down to the basics, right? Getting down to the basics of what she wants to teach us anyway. Because here we have like, you know, introspection, which is a cool thing as well. Observations, thoughts, and stuff, I guess, and like, you know, and as a way to deliver like a strike that actually works true, you know what I mean? And all this stuff here. Because that actually is like a really cool way of putting it, right? Because like, it's there's one thing to like learn like, yeah, the spin slash move and all this stuff as well. But Kazuha does like his moves. He does have observation in them, you know, he does have thought behind those things too. And like learning that stuff is not a bad thing, you know?
There are no shortcuts in the pursuit of power. Failure is your best teacher, and rigor is your coursework.
Interesting. And again, we have failed and gotten better over time after failure, right?
That's all I have to say. Time to make a start. Train until you're satisfied with yourself.
So we can train ourselves right now?
Now focus. Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Oh. This is really cool, man. And just seeing Skirk and Paimon just like watching us from over there as well. Wait, what?
This is making Paimon's head
We have to
spin.
defeat 9 crystal
Hang in
columns?
there, traveler!
This is insane, right? We're only like, okay. I was like, that's pretty insane. 891. Teacher, I'm done. I'm in the zone. Limitless power is surging through me. It says something about a charged AoE attack. I didn't get that. Is it just this? Okay, we've got 17 out of 17.
Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
Waiting 25 seconds. This is such a cool experience, like seeing this happen right in front of us here as well. Like, it's so rare that we're like in this position where we're like being like, not that we're taught to ourselves all the time, like emotionally and stuff, I guess, but like, and this is emotional training as well, like it is. But like, it's so interesting to have like, you know, a direct training regime and us like just listening to Skirk here as well, you know? It's so interesting to me. See, we could get better with those AoE attacks as well. That was freaking awesome. What a scene. Very cool stuff. Oh my god, look at him. Amazing, this has transformed my whole view of swordwork. I'm using the same techniques as ever, but now they're having different effects. It's as if I've unlocked a hidden door in my mind, and there's a wellspring of strength on the other side, so wellspring is like endless, right? Holy hell. In my mind's eye, I'm seeing images of friends I've made into Vat. Theirs are the sword styles and techniques I've come to know. This is so beautiful. No.
This moment will be
No, but this is so cool.
Cut to the chase.
Ka-ching. Cut to the chase, and we hear this in our mind.
Consider a moment of true mastery that you've witnessed in another person and ask yourself, what
This is
lies
so cool,
beneath
this is so
the
cool, this is so
surface?
cool.
What's their guiding philosophy? What's their state of
Oh
mind
my
as they maneuver
god.
their weapon?
Who are you imagining?
Now take that and practice it right
Oh my
away with
God.
speed, skill, and strength, over and over, until your hand is one with your mind. This is the only path to true
This
growth.
is so freaking cool.
Step on up.
Lynette.
Dance with the
And
wind.
Nilu. There's Kazuo as well. I see eternity go out of an instant. The autumns out of many years of single leaf. Thus I shall slice the maple in a flash and ask the question of the ages. My sword style, my journey. This is amazing. I'm freaking blown away by how. Look at us rolling. Like how we're doing this. This training montage. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh, Paimon reading like a freaking Yamiko book. Wish she fell asleep. That's showing a great passage of time because Paimon would rarely leave us, right?
If you start to tire, empty your mind, but do not stop.
This is rigorous.
Stay in that frame of mind as you keep up the fight. Get rid of all redundant movements. Imagine your sword is an extension of your own body. Wield it just as you wield your arms, hands, and fingers.
So let's get rid of any movements that are not serving us. Imagine your sword as an extension of your own body, so the sword is a part of you. Wield it as if it was your arms and fingers. So it's just like make it a part of yourself.
'Twas on
Oh
a
my God.
deserted moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair.
This is so
Ring
fun.
cutter.
And that sword style is so cool.
Feathers fluting
Arayaka.
light. The white heron treads water, a sight without flaw. Master of Inazuma Kamisato art Tachijutsu.
I love that we're calling upon this such a long journey we've seen with so many amazing fighters. It's filling my heart up so much. When he slashed my blade, I feel strength increasing. I don't know if my weapon can contain all this power. I'm in the zone. Limitless power is surging through me. And he's seen the benefits of this. Look at his eyes. One shot. One shot. You slash and swipe till you're exhausted every ounce of your energy. This was incredible. And it almost feels like, you know, like we're like when they're in this space, like where they're not, like we're just imagining how they fight and looking at the specific movements of how they fight, why they fight, the emotions and thought process behind those fights as well, right? So incredible what they've done here. And I love that Genshin does that, call upon the history of the game that you have to make it even more interesting than, like, you know, to make it even more interesting than we, like, expected, right? It's not just a basic training of, like, watching Kazuha fight. It's also, like, the intentions behind every movement that he has. And it does feel like those fighters use those weapons almost like as a part of themselves too. Now, obviously, like, you know, they could probably get training from Skirk too and learn a lot too, but, like, I love the idea of learning, like, the intention and the emotion behind a movement, or at least, like, the thought process behind a movement, you know?
Looks like you've made some real progress. That concludes your training session.
Look at this. This is incredible.
Awesome! Paimon knew you could do it!
Thank you so much, Paimon. The moral support was amazing.
How do you feel?
Exhausted. I'm fine to keep my eyes open. Yeah, we look like it's a rare time to see us, like, just exhausted, not hurt. We have been hurt in the past, you know, but, like, to see us just so tired.
As you should be. Time flies when you're training hard. You've actually been going for several days now with no rest.
Huh?
Yeah, meanwhile, Paimon's had a whole bunch of naps. But you were so focused, she didn't want to interrupt you.
I know. Thank you so much, but, like, a few days, man. That means, like, right, in real world terms, if say it's like, let's say it's 5 days, what would that be? Like, it wouldn't be obviously like a month or whatever. In the real world, it would be like, it probably wouldn't even be would it be like an hour? Like, what, what would it be like?
Go get some sleep. I'll be doing the same very soon. Let's hope you see that foggy place in your dream, so I can get this investigation over and done with.
Sure. Incredible stuff, guys. I do adore so much when they do, like, very interesting different things here, but this was so different. Like having, like, a training session minigame, having it feel like so, like weirdly, like, magical and beautiful in a way too. You could really feel like the work that's going on in, like, Ether's mind as he's working through all this stuff as well, you know?
Sometimes you have to practice a single movement 1 million, maybe 10 million times before the breakthrough moment comes. Nothing in the outside world can help you in this process. The most important thing is to remain patient.
Fair enough. Again, I love that she's, like, very straightforward. There's, like, no shortcuts with this. You know what I mean? It's like you just have to, like, do it. Look at this freaking portal we're going through. Music is gorgeous here too, isn't it? Oh, wow. The music's so freaking good. You know what's so great about this though? This camp over here. It looks very inviting. It does look incredibly inviting. Oh, Paimon! So now I know it's intentional, by the way. Paimon had her eyes open before when they were napping. Oh, we have this thing on her head now. Oh, for the dream stuff, yeah. Paimon had their eyes open when they were napping before, so they were still watching over us. You know? They just didn't want us to worry, because their eyes are closed now. So adorable. So adorable. This, you know, it is like Dream Warrior stuff, right? What is this place? Have I been pulled back into that place again? But Skirk said the dream mirroring would kick in when I fell asleep, so why am I back here? No, on closer inspection, this isn't the same dream I had last time. It's dark and gloomy, but there isn't that chilling fog that made my hair stand in. It seems like a lot more blue, right? Hold on, if dream mirroring is a two-way process, maybe I'm seeing inside her mind while she's exploring mine. If this is her inner world, it would be pretty bleak. I can occasionally make out the sound of a flowing stream, but other than that, it's so empty. What is that? What is that? What a strange looking creature. Where did it come from? I think it wants me to follow. Might as well see where it leads. No idea. Like this squishy, like ethereal, like fairy creature? This is a really beautiful, even though it's like covered in like this kind of like film of like overcast. It's still such a beautiful place to me. And this one lit up spot.
Skirk, why are you skipping classes again?
Oh.
We've talked about this.
Wait, so these are like the people that we saw in Natla, remember in the Night Kingdom, right? It's the same style.
Cause he's a crabby old
Wait, that's
man.
Skirk?
And he's a boring old man. I don't like going to his classes.
This is like Baby Skirk, or the representation of Baby Skirk.
Excuse me. You shouldn't talk about your teacher like that. It's very disrespectful.
And Skirk was a little rebellious, it seems, like when they were a kid.
All right, let's not get into a big fight about this. Skirk's learned what she needs. There's no point forcing her to sit through more classes if she doesn't want to be there.
I cannot get over the fact that we're doing Skirk backstory here.
But I'd still love to hear about what you got up to yesterday. Why don't you tell your dad all about it?
I went diving and I saw this huge fish.
Oh my God.
I never knew they could get that big. It looked kind of dumb though with that stupid big fat head. I tried to shake its fin, but it just spat water at me.
This is, I know, like, it's like, well, Calvin, it's a kid, right? But like, it is, it's like a wild separation, right?
Oh, and today I'm gonna go to that prairie up north. There's supposed to be this giant bird there that can spit fire. I bet if I climbed on its back, it could fly me all the way to the stars.
Such a childlike wonder as well, right?
Then I suppose your old dad should get one as a pet too. Otherwise, how are you gonna hear me call you for dinner up there in the stars?
When it's time to eat, I'll come back on my own, Zilly. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
Like a sweetheart. An
Put
absolute
on a
sweetheart.
coat at least, you'll catch a cold. I'm talking to you,
An
young
adventurous, cheeky, rebellious sweetheart.
lady. You spoil that child, you know. Ever since that merchant ship arrived, she practically lives outside. Always going on about exploring the beyond one day, whatever that means.
So she had this this want to explore further, to like find things out, I guess, as well. And in like much further than like what's in her own world.
Let the kid do what makes her happy. Besides, we both know you're all bark and no bite.
Oh,
Come
so,
on,
yeah, okay.
Our little adventurer is gonna be hungry when she gets back. Let's get started on dinner.
This is... It's so interesting, because I don't know, like... I love that they're doing this. I want to make that clear. I love that they're doing this, right? It's just caught me off guard a little. I'm glad we are seeing something like this. I'm out? I'm out? The weather's wonderful today. This is interesting how they're doing this text as well. We're gonna see more?
Stars shimmer high above. But what lies beyond the stars?
Skirk as a child had the most thoughtful, adventurous spirit.
Mountains as far as the eye can see, an endless snowy plain, or maybe buildings taller than the sky, like the people from the merchant ship said. I can't be the only one asking these questions. The universe is fascinating. If only I could meet some other people like me. We could set sail together and explore every corner of the world. I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them
Isn't that
all.
interesting? This line is the most interesting. This one is interesting. Like, it's like the idea of like, if only I can meet some people like me, we could set sail together and explore every corner of the world. And now it feels like they're kind of like, they don't have that idea of like, I need other people at least now as well. But I guess like they do like transactionally in their head at least. But yeah, it is like this idea of like they just seemed like so like adventurous and thoughtful about the world outside.
But for now, I'm starving. Better get back.
Yeah, eat your dinner. Of course, eat your dinner, Skirk. Huh? What's over there? Is this them exploring? Something is going on? Are we following Skirk exploring? So something caught their eye along the way.
Don't let a single one of them get away!
What?
No, please spare the children.
What the hell?
They're coming!
Run!
What is this?
Eliminate the threat.
Take them down.
Give me the threat.
Don't be scared.
This way!
We'll never make it.
This is.
Where?
Oh
There's fire
no.
everywhere. What happened?
This is horrible.
I told you we shouldn't have trusted these outsiders.
These outsiders. The whole village is burning.
Why are you doing this? What did
This
we do
is
to
so
deserve
horrible. Even though they're depicting it like this, it's still like it's like backing them into a corner. The whole place burning.
this? We welcomed you with our finest food and drink. Showed you the best our home has to offer. Gifted you cloth dyed by our own hands. And this is how you treat
The
us?
hurt in her voice as well.
Run! Save yourselves!
Captain, Zone 3 is clear and we have Zone 2 surrounded.
Captain as well. So it is like soldiers. Freaking hell, this is disgusting.
Begin extermination. Remember the orders from upper command. No one is to be left alive.
And the term extermination, that's what it is. It's like destroying everybody.
Rest assured, sir. We have enough munitions to annihilate these savages and burn their entire civilization to the ground.
Oh my. I always think when people describe other people as savages, it's like their way of excusing the violence that they put against somebody. You know? Well, they were savages. Well, they did this. Well, they believed this.
Good. The only ones who put up a real fight are that man and his wife, correct?
Horrid.
What's their status?
Horrid. You are horrid. You are evil.
We shot the man in the ankles and the wife
Ah.
broke her wrist attempting to fight back.
Ah.
They won't be doing much more fighting. They're holed up in their home for now, but they won't last long.
Jesus Christ, I'm describing this so casually?
To prevent them from making some kind of last stand, we're planning to clear out the other zones first so we can send a bigger squadron to surround
Oh yeah,
them.
you're so great, aren't you? Such a great soldier. Such a great soldier. Jesus Christ. That's sarcasm, by the way, if no one gets it. Horrible.
Well. Turns out some of these beasts do know how to use their claws. Now the threat these savages pose will be undeniable.
Wait, this happens in the world where someone will call someone a savage as an excuse of a way to demean them and to make them less human so that when they actually do something like this, they can justify it in their own heads. When really they're just evil.
Let them cling to what's left of their lives for a little longer. Once the other zones are cleared, I'll cut off their heads
Horrid.
myself.
Absolutely horrid scene. Making me feel sick. I know the place has changed as well. Look at this. It's like ashes burning. It smells like something's burning. Oh my god. What's going on? It's such an interesting location as well.
Dad? Mom?
Oh no.
Skirk, you're all right. Thank heavens.
I'm so happy to see you, sweet girl. But you need to go. It isn't safe here. They'll be back any second.
This is making me feel so sick. Like so sick and so sad.
What happened? You're bleeding a lot. Dad?
This would traumatize you forever. Forever.
This is the place. Alert all units. Prepare to surround.
With a laugh as well. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Run, Skirk. Run as far away as you can. Don't trust anyone.
Don't trust anyone.
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive.
And we need to survive. Is that like because of like some like understanding of who Skirk is, or is it a thing where it's just like we want our child to freaking survive?
My clever girl, so curious.
Oh no.
You're already so brave. I know you're going to grow up to be such a positive light in
No.
this world.
No, you can't do that. You cannot say it like that.
Whenever you miss us, just play this song.
What?
Remember, life is a gift. Don't
Huh?
let darkness claim it.
What the fuck? The music is so beautiful, it just hit me like right in the heart. Life is a gift, don't let the darkness claim it. Whenever you hear this song... Did he play the song for her?
Break down the door. Look what we have here.
No way.
A savage that can pluck a tune. Well, the show's over.
But this song is beautiful, but like it's making me feel like so bad. All that anger turning to like sadness. Oh.
You stop singing. Shut it.
Just evil. Just absolutely
shut it or
evil.
I'll make you.
In every freaking way.
Fine.
I was so interested in the idea because I thought it was just, like there was some like obviously like Genshin loves doing darker stories and they do it all the time, but like I didn't know how like we're only like an hour and like a bit into this quest. I didn't know how dark it was gonna get and how quickly. Skirk's past like there like made me feel so sick, and then like as soon as that guitar just hit. You know that I always talk about that feeling of in your throat, like where it's like you're about to like cry, the tears well up a little bit. Imagine in your final moments when you're trying to tell your daughter to leave, you tried to keep that connection with them through music forever, with this idea of like play this, and think of us whenever you're feeling bad or whatever, Those people are just evil. I don't care what the circumstances were. Evil. No. Holy hell. Oh. And she's playing the freaking tune? Don't do this to me. Stunning. Oh, Paimon. Freaking gorgeous. One of the most hauntingly beautiful moments in the history of Genshin. I was like, I am in a state of like, what do I do? So she's playing the song now again, like showing this emotion and the beautiful voice. She's such a stunning voice.
Oh, you're awake.
And Skirk got a little startled by that as well.
I found a few clues while you were asleep, but it's only a start. Now, time for the second stage of your training.
And we saw what happened there in her past as well, and the reason she was playing that instrument. I always like to describe how I'm feeling in this moment, like that empty, it feels like an empty feeling, but it also feels like it feels like surreal, almost what we just saw, and then like hit me right in the heart. Hit me right in the heart when I heard the song being played out here as well. Freaking hell, man. I have a feeling this story quest is gonna kill me.
This time, the focus is elemental energy. Come find me when you're ready to begin.
This is going to kill me. I can feel it. I can feel this quest is going to kill me. Is Paimon not with us this time around? She's probably sleeping still. Music is a big part of like emotions in any type of game we play, and especially in Genshin. The music beat that plays when we hug Paimon at the end of Natlan is a perfect example, you know what I mean, of like what hits me so hard when I think about it. There's other music for like making you feel like scared, like when the Raiden Shogun's about to hunt us down, walking down those imaginary steps. In this sense, they made an instant connection with the song with the player, at least for me in my heart, that whenever we hear that, like it was already just a beautiful song that when playing that song as you're about to die is already like such an incredible thing to do. It almost feels like rebellious in some ways, but in a way it was just like trying to show love to your daughter. And for her to still be playing that when we got out there, like it was just instant shot to the heart. Instant shot to the heart. And I will never forget that. One of the most incredible visuals and scenes in the history of Genshin, that moment there. Incredible stuff.
Man,
Oh, Paimon is
staying
here.
in the abyss feels so surreal, don't you think? No day and no night.
Yeah.
It's like time hardly exists.
It would make me go crazy.
If we weren't careful to keep track, it feels like we'd have no idea how long we've even been here. Well, except for the fact that Paimon still gets hungry like clockwork. You go do your training. Paimon's gonna grab a bite.
Sometimes we need this type of stuff. Sometimes we definitely need this type of stuff. Well, except for the... Sorry, I literally looked at the recording for a second because I got worried that it wasn't recording, and I looked back up and I was like, is this our line? No, I'm ready to start.
The way I see it, the pursuit of power is divided into 3 stages.
Okay.
The first is mastering the use of standard weapons. Next is learning how to harness natural energy. And after that, you're free to challenge even higher dimensions. The natural energy of Teyvat is, of course, elemental energy.
Okay.
But that's not my area of expertise. I draw from a different source.
So you draw from the abyss? So I just want to reread this again. And I always love that you guys are always like, no, please reread it if you want to. So it's standard weapons, natural energy, and then you can challenge higher dimensions. Okay.
Abyssal
Yes,
power.
I was thinking.
Also known as the power of the Void Realm.
Void. The word void in Genshin is also scary.
My master, Sertologi, is a true expert in that area. After all, he was one of the group of 5 that infamously stole the all-encompassing power of the Abyss. An act for which the people of Conria gave them the epithet, the 5 Sinners.
Yep. With, we also, like, in the last quest, we legit met not only, like, one of his students, right, but 2 of his students. No, sorry, not 2 of his students, sorry. He was a student of, Hayden, right? While Dainsleif and Sertologi were students of him.
The elemental energy of Teyvat, on the other hand, is derived from the power of the Light Realm. These 2 forms of energy exist in direct opposition to each other. Suffice to say, there's not much I can teach you this time.
But there's something familiar about the power use. It's almost related to cryo in some way?
A keen observation.
Yeah, she does use ice, right?
Call it respecting local norms.
Okay.
The Abyss stands in direct conflict with the will of this world. So, to make my life easier, I disguise my power to make it appear cryo-like in nature.
What? So, okay, so her power is actually abyssal power, but it's cryo to our eyes. Because how she disguises, that's so cool.
It's a technique I learned from some Conrian ruins, known as the 7 Shifting Serpent. If you ever change your mind about delving into abyssal power, I can teach it to you.
Is there a chance that, like... I know I'm, like, reading too much into it. Is there a chance that Kaya then could... also... No, like, yeah, okay, he's not Skirk, right? Like, but I was like, a guy also be, like, hiding their power, you know? Abyssal power doesn't suit me, I have the ability to purify abyssal power.
So I've heard. You seem to have a knack for removing abyssal power.
100%. We're, like, almost, like, at odds here in a way.
But is purification really what's going on there? Like I said, power does not simply disappear.
Is she thinking absorption? What are you trying to say?
Just thinking out loud. Let's focus on your elemental training. That's what's gonna help us if the situation gets tricky.
I wonder if she is thinking absorption.
True growth comes from adversity, but only if you make the choice to pick yourself up again every time you fall.
Love that.
So, it's time to push yourself to the limit, and then keep pushing. This is the only way to advance at pace.
Until fail, right? Until you can't go anymore.
Use the power of Animo to clear the field as fast as you can.
Oh my god, we're Animo! It's been so long! It's been so long! This is so fun. It's been so long. I kind of like, miss it in a way, right? This feels so nostalgic for me. I remember like trying this out like at the first ever statue of the 7. You know?
Observe your surroundings. Look for things you can use to tilt the scales of success in your favor.
The fire? That's so sick. That's so sick. That is such a... I honestly, like, is that something you could have done in the entire game so far? Because I think, like, you can. But because you can use fire, right? On enemies. But, like, I haven't done that in at least forever, right? Look at that. See ya. Overload. This is awesome. The fact they're letting us do this. You know what's so interesting about, like, Skirk is, like, trying to teach us, like, stuff that, like, we never really done before. Like, and trying to teach us, like, you know, the intent behind moves. And they have made the Animo, like, almost like one of the most interesting powers now, right? Like, it was so fun. Destroy the specified number of spikes.
Use the power of Hydro to destroy the spikes.
Oh my god, we're using Hydro now?
Go!
So are we going to be using all of our elemental power? I forgot that you can hold this, my bad.
Don't give them a chance to strike you. You need to be quicker than you were in your dream. You can't afford another injury like that.
This is like... I love that we have like very low... Oh god. Energy recharging here. But like I'm not very good with the Hydro stuff. I haven't used these abilities in so long. It's been so long. 15 and 45 seconds, let's go.
Water jet!
Honestly, Hydro definitely not my favorite move to use for sure, but maybe it's just I'm just bad at it as well though. Although I've gained different amount of abilities in different lands. Did we turn to Dendro there? I've never trained them all at once like this. Yes.
You need to understand what makes you special.
Skirk.
The ability to wield elemental energy without a vision and switch between the elements.
This is incredible. The fact that like we've been using these elements and switching between them for so long, and people have been like, yeah, this is pretty crazy that you can do this without a vision. People have said this in the past, but someone like directly talking about harnessing it and talking about how this is special and giving us training regimens in that field is incredible.
It means your aspirations need no approval from the gods.
Yeah, that's such a cool way to put
Your
it.
power is not bound by the rules of this world.
I want to scream. That's such a cool way to put it. And it makes sense. Because of our moveset, we don't need approval from the gods. Skirk, do you want to join our party?
So be bold. Do not be afraid to chart your own path.
So freaking sick. And it fits the story we've been going on so far, right? The Defiers of Faith, the unknown variable. We know that this is a special thing about us, and Skirk is saying, harness this. Use this. Graceful as wind, tough as stone, nimble as lightning, flourishing as foliage. I feel the power of the elements flowing through me. Sometimes it's peaceful as a flowing stream. Other times surging as a raging river. We're becoming like so in touch with that feeling behind our moves and the feeling behind our power. If I close my eyes, I can almost hear their voices. But it's not like some wild beast battling for me for dominion. It's more like saying hello to an old friend. You're getting more familiar with that stuff as well? No way. Oh. I mean, they show him cool sometimes, but here he's like a freaking boss.
Very good. It seems you've reached a deeper level of connection.
And I don't mean boss in like, oh man, like in the slang term that they used years ago, like a boss. I mean like a boss. I mean like in terms of like a boss battle. He's like his own boss battle. Like I don't know. He just looks so freaking cool. How long has it been? How long has it been this time? I'm exhausted.
Long enough for you to lose yourself in your training, which is a good sign. Relentless practice with the elements has drained all your strength, but it's also what allowed you to make progress.
Okay.
Get some rest. When you wake up, we'll proceed to the final stage of your training.
I'm for it. I'm for it. The final stage. That was so freaking cool. How cool is it, the idea that someone throughout this whole time we've been told we know how special Aether is. We know about the unknown variable. We know the fact that we don't need a vision. We know the fact that we can harness all these elements. But for someone to put it into perspective like that, into one neat little bow, and tell us why we're special, I think it's such a cool part of training. Understand what makes you good, and harness that all at once. And we trained with all the elements all at once here.
If you wish to master the elements at a fundamental level, you must see the entire natural world. Nature in all its places and forms. That is part of what it means to be a traveler.
Now Skirk had an adventure spear too, telling us to have an adventure spear as well. I wonder if it is the thing is you have to go to every single region, every single nation to gain all these powers, if you want to truly understand the elements on a fundamental level. I feel like that's part of what we've been doing, but obviously we're getting more training out here too. Going back to the camp, are we gonna see another dream? I don't know if I'm ready for it. I don't know if I'm able for it. I don't know if I can. Let's go. Every time I see Paimon, it's so adorable. We have to put this on again, right? Back in, this place again. Are they singing? Did you bring me here? Who are you? No response. A strange creature just floated away. What is the thing? What is it doing in Skirk's inner world? And where is it taking me this time? So interesting again, right? Oh, here we go.
What is the secret to power?
Certology! Holy freaking hell! And this representation of Certology.
Longing. Hatred. Self-preservation. No. It is fear.
Certology believes that the way to get true power is through fear.
The fear of losing those you love. The fear of watching your home burn. Fear of loneliness. Fear of death.
Oh my god. And then this is very personal to Skirk.
Fear is the source of evolution. It forces humanity to adapt to their environment and overcome hardship. It is in the process of prevailing over our fears that we surpassed first ourselves and then the rest of the world.
So what they're saying here as well, it's pretty, straightforward, I feel as well, though, but it's the idea that, the things we're afraid of, as we, if we're able to challenge them head on, we become stronger in that process as well. You know what I mean? If you were able to conquer your fear of heights somehow, heights are never going to scare you ever again, and you're more strong in that sense too, right? I have a fear of heights, by the way.
That fear is now part of you. It calls on you to evolve. And it is time to end.
It's such an interesting word. I can't believe we're hearing from Certology the Foul. Wild. Ow. It hurts. Daddy, mommy. I think Skirk is still a kid here, right? Still a kid.
Any minute spent missing home is a minute wasted.
Oh, stop.
Practice your sword work instead. Do not make me tell you twice.
I can't get over that we're hearing Certology's voice. But I think also at the same time here is they went through such a traumatic event that they're not even getting a chance to come to terms with it.
But Master, I can barely lift this sword anymore. If I keep going, I feel like my wrist is going to break.
And this Skirk kind of had us training to we were exhausted as well, right?
So it has not broken
Oh,
yet.
stop, no. Oh god.
Then pick up your sword and keep practicing until it breaks. I want to hear the cracking and splintering of
Isn't
bone.
it... Okay, no. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. But isn't it so interesting the difference in the way Certology trains someone, or at least treats people, versus the way Dane took his original training? Certology was treated so poorly that I feel like they carried on that treatment of being, you know, of that kind of aggressive treatment as like, you know, passed it down a little bit to the where they're so aggressive in this training as well. Whereas look at Dane took that and while he still has like a lot of hatred inside of him, he's a lot more compassion for people as well. And I think he took it as like, I got treated so poorly, I don't want to do that to other people that don't deserve it, you know? After all, bones can always be reset. Yeah, but that's a baby. That's a baby. Oh my god. Again, as we talk about overcoming fears, overcoming things that would block you in that way. I can't breathe. Everything's gone black.
Good, Skirk. Once again, you survived.
You survived.
How do you feel?
Cold.
Like, I understand this is like a training regimen, but it's so hard to watch.
These are signs that you are adapting to the abyss. Each time the flesh is torn and the spirit crushed, each time you claw back from the brink of death, you become stronger.
It's like that. It's just like a kind of a traditional sense of like whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger is what they're saying here.
I now understand why these people sought to destroy your homeland. Your potential goes beyond even what I could have anticipated.
So wait, is he saying they destroy the homeland because of her? They wanted to make sure that she... And then the parents are like, we need you to get out of here.
But you still have much to learn in your pursuit of strength. Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training.
You were showing the mercy before? So, what he's saying here now is that, like, hey, like, you're thinking too much about other stuff. I will make sure you don't think about other stuff.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak. And become master over your
This is tough. Form. This is so tough.
Get up, Skirk. Wipe the blood off your face. Cut away the rotten parts of your flesh. And mend what is broken. Then take up your sword.
Yes, master.
Such a brutal way of training, right? Such a brutal way of training. The dream is over, but I can't get the suffocating, oppressive feeling out of my head. So we were feeling that, like, that feeling too. I mean, is it because we shared the dream? I have so many questions about Skirk's past. Where does she come from? What has she been through?
You're up! Hopefully you got some good rest.
Hopefully.
Skirk said to tell you that she's ready to start the final stage of your training whenever you are.
I guess so. I'm ready, but like...
So, want to head over now? Or did you want to wait a little?
I really want answers right now, but it's vital that I complete my training. Once that's done, I'll find a chance to talk to her. And how does, like, this, like... Yeah. So freaking crazy. So freaking cool, by the way. We're in, like... I was just checking if we were actually in, like, a... Which we are. Of course we would be. In a domain of some kind.
From your training so far, you have gained better command of the sword, and more control over your elemental abilities.
It's all thanks to your guidance. I just think Skirk's a better teacher than Certology, though. I would not like to have Certology as a teacher. Skirk's cool.
That's only part of it. Experience is the real teacher. Your journey, the friends you have made, the dangers you have faced. These have taught you more than I ever could.
I adore the way she expresses this, right? And I guess, like, you could say it's like almost like a fear as well, the fear of losing our friends and all this stuff as well. But, like, everything that we've learned along the way and everything we've done along the way on our journey has prepared us for where we are now. On our, you know, and again, we talked about how strong we've become, you know? I love that she's, like, giving credit to that, too. It's like, you're so powerful because of everything you've been through. And maybe I should say despite everything you've been through as well, you've overpowered that stuff as well, because no one should ever have to go through hard times, you know?
Now, it's time to focus on how you react under pressure.
Not good.
You must be able to think rationally, even in unpredictable combat situations. To simulate this, I'm going to attack and you're going to block.
Okay. Okay.
Ready?
Oh, we're ready. Okay, I wasn't ready, but let's go. Give me your worst. Oh my god, Aether.
Not bad. That defensive stance looks near
Aether
unbreakable.
he's so cool.
Just like your sister. That reminds me. You still don't know what happened to her.
Stop.
Do you?
Wait, but we saw her in the other quest, right? Wait, she used our emotions against us. She used our emotions against us and made us think for a second. And look at this. That is pretty, like, again, although, like, of course, like, it's like, I feel like this has been part of, like, what she's thinking about, like, the idea of, like, the thought process as you're fighting as well, right?
Hey, no fair! That's cheating!
This is one of the, here's the thing, I don't like someone using that against people. And probably, you know, I will always agree with your hater energy all the time. I think that this is one of those times where it's like, it's so true in battles. How many times have people used, like emotional things against us or tried to trick us and stuff like this, right?
You think every opponent has the same
Exactly.
moral code
I agree
as
with
you?
this.
You can denounce their deplorable methods all you want, but only if you live to tell the tale. The dead don't get to
Again, she
complain.
explains in such a great way. She's like, you can complain about them all they want. Call them arseholes, call them pricks, call them anything. But you have to live to do that. I love that aspect. It's like, yes, of course, people are going to use worse methods, and they have before.
Strong emotions will always arise in combat. Anxiety, anger, fear. But a true warrior is never at their whim. Only when you are free from the influence of emotion can you make the right choice, no matter the situation.
Are you describing yourself in the aspect of your training as well?
How amusing. Almost sounds like you think you know me. But you don't. You can choose your own path. We are not the same.
I think she's a fantastic teacher. I really do. I really do, guys. And I think that, like, Tartagular's lucky that he got trained by, again, Tartagula was already powerful, but, like, Jesus Christ, you know?
Let's begin. Try to use reason over emotion. Make the most rational and advantageous decision in any given moment.
Sure.
This is your final training session. Look alive.
Are we still fighting you?
Same drill as before,
Okay.
but this time I'm going to
No.
interfere. Hold your focus.
What's my... I forgot how to use a sword there for a second. This is so cool. And again, it is like a really cool lesson on focus, right? The idea of focus. Like, so, fights aren't going to be fair. Fights aren't going to be like, hey, let's follow the rules. Let's have a nice fight today. You know what I mean? I'm bad at this. There's going to be some crazy stuff happening, you know? Oh my god, oh my god. I am not great at this. I mean, it's so fun, and like it makes so much sense training-wise, right? That this would be the training we're doing. Because not everyone is going to wait around for us. You know what I mean? Not everyone's going to wait around for us. Oh my god, I thought I could move out of the way at the right time. No, move. You're not gonna have an enemy be like, hey, you know, take your time there, buddy. Take your time, you know? Oh, we have to destroy some spikes as well. That's 3. Okay. I thought like they just get destroyed naturally as well. Any more? Do you want to make some more spikes appear for me? There we go. Oh my god. What? What? No! We're gonna fail training! Skirk, please, make more appear! Make more appear right now! Please, Skirk! Oh my god. I didn't know. I thought like, okay, I didn't see the spot. That's my bad. No, it didn't fail. I legitimately just didn't see the spike thing. That's my bad as well, because we're so used to just letting the spikes just do what they want. You know what I mean? That I didn't even and it actually is going to be like a very easy thing now, right? Like that's done. You know what I mean? It's done now. Oh, let it go. I do love the idea of a trainer who trains people
better than I expected.
in like unfair ways, because it's like life is unfair. Fighting is going to be unfair. Battle is going to be unfair. It's not easy to control. Of course it's not. You've been through so much. The battle's overwhelming, but I can just focus all my attention on what my opponent is doing and how I should respond. It's almost like my emotions take a back seat.
You're getting the hang of it.
I love that we're learning. I think Skirk is genuinely a fantastic genuinely a fantastic teacher, for sure.
The first step to controlling your emotions is controlling your mind. You want a unified train of thought. It all comes down to focus.
Look at him, look at either go. Focus on the battle. I think it's working. I can choose to tune out anything that isn't relevant to the battle, but I think I'm still pretty far away from having full control over my emotions. This is incredible, by the way, because I love that we are so emotional about our sister in battle. I love that we're so emotional about like the people that we love, and we always will be. Look at his face, by the way. I don't think we're ever not going to care about people or have those emotions, but I think that in the midst of battle, I think that it's going to be pretty amazing to see an Ether who is like making decisions from a perspective that's like relevant to the battle all the time. He's already fantastic. He's done so many amazing cool stuff, right? But can you imagine like a character catching us off guard? And it will happen again, but like then we like lock in and we're like, let's go. You know what I mean? It'd be so interesting to see that. Look at him. He's a different look in his eyes. I don't even care what anyone says. Maybe it's just me.
Your mind is rife with distractions.
Oh my god.
From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training.
He was being so aggressive with Skirk, and Skirk's been like, I think, very nice in comparison to us.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak, and become master over your physical form.
It's like interesting now seeing like a smiling Skirk with such a Logi hanging over their shoulder. Skirk went to this kind of training too, didn't she? How merciless does the training have to be to make someone substitute all emotion for pure reason? I imagine it has to break you down a bit. Quite a bit. Oh my god, dodging her attack as well.
Stop. Let's pause here. One look, and I can tell your mind.
We started thinking about you.
That's to be expected. There's a limit to how long a human being can concentrate on one thing. Staying calm and focused sounds simple in theory, but in practice, it's more demanding than sword work or elemental abilities.
Skirk is right. Now that I've stopped all the emotions I was suppressing and rushing back to the surface, yeah, it's not going to stop us from being emotional, right? You know, it's not going to stop us from caring. It's about the relevance to the battle, is what she's talking about. Pain, exhaustion, frustration, doubt, but exhaustion is the main one. I feel like I could fall asleep on the spot.
Get some rest. No point training further if you're already dead on your feet. Like I said at the beginning, the only goal of this training is for you to reach a point that you're satisfied with.
Again, that's so interesting as well. It's like, hey, like, I'm not here to train you to a certain point. It's not like you're going to get a black belt or something like that. You know what I mean? It's whatever you're satisfied with.
You managed to push past your limits, which is a good start. You can be proud of that and sleep well knowing that you've
You see what I mean? Like, even though this training is hard and difficult and comes from a place of, I think, pain that Skirk experienced before, which is horrible, I think Skirk is just a fantastic teacher for what this is. Wait, we got a chest for that? Okay. I'll take it.
Warriors will train day and night to perfect their skills. But when the battle comes, their fate may be decided in a matter of minutes. Yes.
I was going to say such a bad example there. It's like you cook your dinner for 30 minutes and you eat it, and someone might eat it in like, 10, maybe even less than that. You train forever for a UFC fight. You get knocked out in 2 seconds, or you knock someone else out in 2 seconds. You train weeks and months for a soccer match and it's over in 90 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, the training is like one of the biggest parts of it.
One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and just like that,
Crazy way of looking at it.
all their blood, sweat, and
Accurate
tears
way of
were
looking
for
at it, though.
nothing. You need to push yourself to perfection, or you might not even live to regret it.
And that's the thing as well. It's like, it's the same, like even like, say like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I know it's such a weird example, but like, you've prepared your deck, you've practiced, you played against so many people, you go to regional tournaments, and you're a little bit sloppy with your like searching or with your use of cards, and all of a sudden you make one mistake and it's over. You're going home, you know? Such an interesting way of putting it. And the thing is, I think what's Skirk, they're not like being very gentle with this or anything like that, but they are like, I feel like I understand everything they're saying to an extent, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I get it. I get what they're saying. So it's not killing me in that sense, you know what I mean? It's not terrible, I guess. Let's take a rest, and kind of nerve-wracking taking rest now in this quest though, right? Knowing that we're gonna probably get some more information out of this too. It's exciting, but like also, you know, this music is so beautiful as well, isn't it? So stunning. Looks like I'm back in Skirk's inner world. I don't see that strange creature this time, but I think I can navigate this space on my own, now even without it here to guide me. I don't know how to leave, so I'm stuck here until I can wake up. Can't hurt to take a look around while I wait. Fair enough. Especially with the thing not here to guide us, it kind of makes it a bit scary, but like this place in general is such like an impressive looking place, honestly. It really is.
Skirk is amazing. She faced down that terrifying giant and cut its head clean off.
Oh, yeah, so it's other disciples of Sartology?
Oh, she got hurt though, didn't she? I heard it was pretty bad.
So there's someone saying like, hey, but she's still getting hurt even if she is impressive.
Yeah, well, that's a given. But the moment she was on the mend, she got right back to practicing her sword work.
Oh man, she's like, again, even like Sartology was like, even if you break your wrist, keep going.
I heard Master suffered a grave injury once too. Lost an arm and a leg and still came back stronger than ever. Skirk's becoming more like him by the day.
That's what happened with Dane's master, right? That's what Dane's master did.
Incredible. I wonder if I'll ever reach their level. They're always so resolute, so unshakable.
And people are obviously revering them as well. And I wonder if it is just other disciples of Sartology. But like, yeah, we know that's what Dane said happened to Sartology at one point, right? But obviously the response to that trauma is different. And this is Skirk herself.
Pathetic. You're not even trying. You're so much weaker.
Oh, shut up. She'd murder ya.
Skirk, have you become a positive light in this world?
Is that her mother? Is that her mother?
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire?
Oh my god.
How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
Is this like survivor's guilt in some way too?
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
Jesus Christ, there's a lot going on in her head, isn't there? There's a lot.
I have so many questions. I just want to jump in a spaceship, explore the whole universe, and get answers from the stars. I just need to wait
a spaceship, by the way.
Then I can do anything.
And that's the thing. That means like obviously like with like they knew about like other people knew about the idea of a spaceship as well, right? Spaceships were a thing. Like it took me a second there because like we just heard about the spaceship as well, but like yeah, a spaceship is obviously like a known thing to many people.
Now, you must bid farewell to who you were in the past and become someone stronger.
Run, Skirk, run! Only death awaits us here. Keep running and don't ever look back.
Holy her mind is like so full of all these like, well, thoughts. Oh, and then they're running as well. And there's the burning as well. She was told to run from the village, wasn't she? And then we become us again as well. Really powerful imagery here as well, isn't it? Because it seemed to me it was like a mixture of people like, you know, guilting her about like, oh, you're the one who survived. You should be doing something. Have you done this yet? Are you even doing this? And then, you know, seeing herself talking about the adventure she wanted to go on. So is she fulfilling those dreams? Is she doing what she always wanted to do? Is she able to live up to what, you know, the expectations that were on her as well? What's this? It's like a tea party. That's her sword.
Let's see here. First things first,
Whoa.
You need a new identity.
Alice out of nowhere?
Going around telling people you're from somewhere beyond the stars.
Oh.
How about saying you hail from beneath the earth instead?
Right. We had this idea that they were someone like, you know, like obviously already the idea of like them being like someone who like doesn't belong here in this world, right? You know what I mean? But it's just so interesting to have Alice be like, they're talking directly to Skirk about this.
As the Conrian saying goes, venturing out into the universe and down into the abyss are the same in that both are braving the dark unknown.
With Alice's lovely tone talking about the abyss in this way.
Well, I'm a visitor on this planet, so I'll follow the rules.
Fair enough.
Ah, splendid. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Let me offer you a piece of advice in return, although it might not be what you want to hear.
I can't believe we're having a conversation between Alice and Skirk. At all.
I know the pursuit of strength is important to you, but taking a moment for yourself every once in a while is never a bad idea.
100%. If Alice said this to me, I would like conk out on the floor, sleeping there and then, you know what I mean? So supportive in that way too, but I think she probably knows the stuff she's going through. She's known the journey that she's been on. If there's anyone who would know, it would be someone like Alice, who sometimes feels like all-knowing and omniscient, you know, as well. So she's giving her a new name. Did she...
Ignore her existence for too long, and there will come a day when you can no longer hear her voice.
Is she when she says her, what is she? Yourself, her own voice. If you ignore your own voice, eventually you won't hear it anymore. So did Alice give Skirk a new name? Oh my god, no, please go back. I was like, it's like really like obviously like harrowing to hear all this stuff as well, but like I desperately do want to like learn more about this, especially with the stuff of Alice. And like how supportive Alice was being as well. Which again, we know Alice is a supportive character. We know Alice isn't a bad character. We know Alice can be like sneaky and cutting, but like they have a lot of care in them as well and have a lot of knowledge. If you got some good advice from Alice, you'd be sorted for, you know, years. I love that saying though, if you ignore what's inside of you, ignore that voice inside of you for too long, you'll stop hearing it. And I think that is kind of true. It's like, hey, like you gotta like, I wonder if it is related to the idea of like, you know, her as a child, she wanted to explore more. She wanted to go in a spaceship and explore the whole galaxy and the whole planet and stuff like this. And it might be just related to that. The dream is over. I can hear the cackling of a fire in the distance. And there's a fragrant aroma in the air. Grilled meat. Oh, she made all this stuff.
You're awake.
Paimon's very happy to see this stuff. Such a gorgeous design.
Starving, right? Ta-da! A barbecue feast just for you.
Yeah, I'm starving. I mean, of course.
Of course you are. That's why Skirk and Paimon got this
That's
all
lovely.
ready for you. Dig in.
You two, see your best friends now?
Ah, well, if you're around someone long enough, it's bound to happen.
Sure.
Plus, Skirk can cook. So, Paimon decided she can forget the whole ice cream thing.
Okay.
Paimon's not one to hold a grudge.
Oh, really? Again, we always say it. If that barrel fell over right now and like annoyed Paimon slightly, that barrel is public enemy #1 for the rest of her life. And honestly, I love that Paimon holds grudges. I don't give a damn. I support her grudge holding.
Here's an idea. Let's save the chit-chat until after the meal.
Or we could do both. This is such a beautiful lighting on her as well, isn't it? Such a beautiful lighting. You all dig in and make a quick work of the food. Oh, in her belly.
So full. Okay, it's Paimon's turn to sleep now. Wake her up when it's time to go.
Sure. You take it, whatever nap you want.
I have good news. First, your training is complete.
Awesome.
You have what it takes to wield immense power. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Continue to learn from your journey and hone your skills against formidable opponents. Second, I've located the culprit we've been searching for. Next, we just need to retrieve the missing part of your soul, and our business will be concluded.
That's a lot faster than I expected. I mean, I think we spent a long time here as well, right? But like, it just goes to show like how like impressive Skirk is, right? So he will say thank you.
When Ajax trained with me, he once told me he was bursting with questions. So I allowed him to ask me 3 of them before.
Wait, are we allowed to ask 3?
You and I may never meet again, traveler.
What?
So if there's anything you want to ask me, now's your opportunity. Just like Ajax, I'll answer 3 of your
That's so
questions.
cool. Like we're just like the parallels to our journey with Tartagula are so impressive to me. After spending time in Skirk's inner world and witnessing her memories, there are so many questions I could ask, but the most important one is, are you really from Teyvat? We kind of already like you know, had the energy that she was like from another place, right? But like outside of Teyvat completely, right?
Okay, not the angle I was expecting. What makes you ask that?
I mean, you're different from anything in this world. You have an otherworldly experience, like of energy to you, right? Even when we saw you in the Act 5 Fontaine, the first thing I said, even without like, and that's just good design, was said that like she feels like she's from a different game. You know what I mean? She does feel like she's from a different universe. And by the way, I'm talking about in a spiritual sense. I'm not just talking about like from a different game in terms of like the parallels that they have in other games and stuff like that. I'm talking about like literally like story-wise in this game, in terms of design. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but while we were dream mirroring, I saw your memories. Oh, she didn't know. She did not know at all. This is the first time I've seen Skirk break her composure. I guess it really took her by surprise.
I knew that was a possible side effect. Closed off my mind to you for that exact reason.
But we still saw a lot.
Even with the dream mirroring, you should have seen nothing but endless darkness.
So Skirk didn't share those memories with me on purpose, and in fact, she tried her best to keep them from me. So that time when she was playing the music was just like a real coincidence. Wait, speaking of endless darkness, on my first time here, that was all I saw until that strange creature appeared.
Whatever. Must have been a flaw in my execution.
So there are flaws in
I shouldn't be
Skirk.
too surprised. Due to some recent circumstances, my self-control has been lacking as of late.
You're still very impressive to me. You're still very impressive to me.
Since you've seen what you've seen, there's no reason to hide the truth. All I ask is that you keep it a secret.
Yeah, we're not one to go around telling everybody stuff, you know? There's been clear evidence of our character consistently keeping secrets from even people that we love dearly.
No, I'm not from Teyvat. I'm from a different planet.
Oh my god.
And there was a time when I journeyed through the stars. A lot like you in some ways.
And that was like obviously the reference with the spaceship and stuff like this as well. Holy hell. Like me, do you mean you're also Descender? Wait.
No.
Okay.
We're different in that respect. You're influencing the fate of this world. But me, I'm just passing through.
Very interesting perspective, right? It's like, hey, like you're literally the unknown variable, the thing that's like changing the fate of this world. Me, just on a journey.
Several hundred years ago, my master, Sertologi, opened the border between worlds and sent me here.
Wait, so Sertologi gave her the ability to come here then? And he can do that?
But this is not my home. And one day, I'll return to the vast unknown of space.
Jesus.
So, there you have it. On to your second question.
What is our second question? What is your goal in coming here? Great question. Great question. Adds to what we just heard as well. Look, a little pipe at the back.
To become stronger.
Well, mission accomplished, I would say.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength.
So she's literally trying to find the source of Sertologi's strength? The Abyss?
To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and
Interesting.
purpose.
Holy hell. So she wants to defeat Sertologi, which honestly, heck yeah, so supportive of that as well. So I wonder if that's why she uses the abyssal power as well, is because that's where Sertologi got his power as well, right? He was harnessing the power of the abyss too.
Okay. You have one question remaining.
Okay, so what we learned so far is that she is from outside of Teyvat. She was sent here by Sertologi, and her goal in coming years is to become stronger so she can defeat Sertologi. But in terms of a last question, what would you ask? Like, I know quite, like, in my head, like, I would be like, you know me, I'd probably get sentimental about it, but I don't want to get too personal about it, I guess. But I don't know what question I would ask here. Skirk goes to defeat the Foul. I can hear how serious this is for her. I wonder what those certain reasons could be. But given how quickly she blazed through that answer, I doubt she wants to talk about it. I have one question left. What should I ask?
You make it sound so easy.
Oh my god!
Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Wait, we're gonna ask something about Tartagula? Or the whale?
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing.
Wait. Look at his soft face. He does nothing wrong. You know, he's just a boy. Maybe she takes the opportunity to get Child some answers. You are a saint. Thinking of one of his best friends.
Well, your last question?
Literally thinking of one of his best friends in this situation. You know Child is looking for you, right? Are you going to let him see you?
Ajax.
Come on. Oh my god. This lighting is so perfect for her.
The situation is different than yours. Before you ever crossed paths with me, you'd already encountered many formidable people, studied their techniques, and developed your own skill set. So, during your training, all I had to do was build upon that foundation. But Ajax was so young when he came to me. A complete blank canvas.
Wow, what a way to put it as well. And we saw like the turmoil he went through like from a very young age, right? And it's interesting again with like the difference in our training and the difference in our positioning as well, like how we like already had such a, as you said, such a strong foundation, but he was just a baby, you know?
Children can't help but imitate their role models. In the long run, that would only hinder his growth.
So he was like emulating you. That's very sweet though, isn't it? He clearly looks up to Skirk a lot.
Once Ajax has enough strength in his own right, I will allow us to meet again. Until then, let that motivate him to reach his full potential.
Interesting, because again, one of the things that like I feel like you know, and I you guys know I'm the biggest like Tartaglia defender in the world. I love him to pieces. You know what I mean? I was ready to fight Fontaine to set him free at one point. But I think one of the things that probably holds Tartaglia back, you know what I mean? And this is non-canon. This is outside the episode, so you can skip this part if you want. But I think that like sometimes he can be like very like forward, and he has a lot of tunnel vision, right? And I wonder if that's one of the things that could be holding him back as well. Now, I don't want him to get rid of that tunnel vision because it's like, to me, like it's what makes him him, you know what I mean? But I wonder if that is something that is like part of it too. You know, as you said, like one of the things like when he was in court that time, I genuinely believe that if he saw us, like, you know, I genuinely believe he's the type of person, not even that, like a better example would be like, he's the type of person that would be like in the middle of a battle with like, you know, a demon or like a bunch of like soldiers, and he'd see us in the distance and be like, oh, the Traveler, and like put down his weapons a little bit, walk over to us, casually walk past all the enemies and have a chat with us. And like we've seen it before, he did get angry that someone was interrupting his chat with us. Like he's very tunnel visioned and he gets very upset if anyone interrupting that too. But I still love that about him though, you know? That was calm and calculated answers. It's like she was talking about something entirely mundane. I don't know why, but I'm not buying it. So we don't agree with this. She makes it sound like a decision that has everything to do with Child and nothing to do with her. But what does she actually feel about it? Interesting. So this line here, like once his strength gets high enough, so maybe it's not about strength at all then. The abyss is completely silent. This domain must get lonely after a while, not to mention she said it's been hundreds of years since she arrived in Teyvat. And even longer than that if you account for how slowly the time passes in here.
Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to
remember she said this, yeah.
They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
In all that time, she never established a connection in this world. Or was it really just because she looked down on the weak? I doubt she'd give me a straight answer if I asked. Besides, I already used up my 3 questions. She was happy to give me cold, hard facts, but I still haven't heard her true voice. which is what Alice was saying to Skirk. If you ignore that voice for long enough, that voice will disappear. Is she using her true voice in this sense? And like the idea of like looking down on the weak. She came from a village of people that were weaker than the people that destroyed her. You know what I mean? Quote unquote weaker, you know, physically, in terms of power. Does she truly, I wonder if that comes from that too, the idea of her being like the weak, you know, don't deserve this or whatever like that. Is she like comes from a place of pain maybe as well? You know, this idea of like maybe why those people died at the time.
Wake up your companion. It's time to go. Oh, and everything I just told you.
Oh.
Best keep it a secret from her as
Look
well.
what you're talking about. She's such a sweetheart. Such a sweetheart, honestly.
Time to go.
Oh, we're out.
Oh, finally.
Go to where the culprit is hiding.
Where are we headed?
Just follow me. I'll open an abyssal rift close to the culprit's location. It will take us to where he's hiding.
That's insane, right? That's insane. So the information we got there was actually like a very like, and to me like what a beautiful way to write a character, right? What a beautiful way to write a character. We might as well walk all the way there. I love that. I only said that because I get to use Verace's run, which is so fun. Obviously it's better in Natlan. But it seems like her story is a story of someone who like had a lot of like individuality in her, had like her own hopes and dreams and her own desires and things like this. But with the destruction of her people and her village and her parents and stuff like this and the burning down and that stuff there, it seems that it kind of like drove a lot of that over because maybe she probably felt like it wasn't like necessary to have anymore and maybe in some ways kind of like held her back, or maybe it didn't help at all with her village and things like this. Maybe, I'm only guessing here. That part's totally guessing, but it seems to me though that Alice could kind of tell that through all the training that she's done, she's become so powerful, but does she truly follow the path that is her, that she wants to follow, that she believes is like, you know, the best path for her, like, or listening to her own voice? And Ether noticed that thing there as well, where it's like, she's telling me all these cold, hard facts about everything. You know, he will get to meet me when he sees me again, when he becomes powerful enough. But Ether's kind of wondering, but what if instead she actually misses? I'm only guessing here. What if it said it's like this thing where like she does want companionship, or is there a reason why she doesn't, or maybe there's a different reason why she can't have companionship, or she doesn't need companionship? Oh, this place again, man, it's been so long. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like he's second guessing the idea of like why she said that she doesn't need companionship. Like, you know, hey, like I have no desire to, you know, people should be lucky to even meet me. And I wonder if that does come from a place of like, my village was destroyed because they were weaker than the people that destroyed them. Instead of looking at the truth here, which is that they were just, you know, destroyed by horrible people. And sometimes we will try to like make reasons as to why something is happening. And sometimes it's easier just to say, well, you know, I couldn't have done anything because they're weak. And again, you couldn't have done anything because you were a baby, you know? And I don't think it's a thing where like she thought like, oh, I could do something, but it's more of a thing of like, maybe it is relating to the idea of like my people were weak at the time. I became stronger. Now I look down on anyone who is like weaker than me in some way, and they deserve to even have my like presence with them at that point as well. But we're looking at it as like, is she truly listening to herself? Is she truly listening to the voice inside of her? And Alice even said, that voice could be gone with time if you don't listen to it. You have to listen to that voice inside of you, because she will be gone. She almost described Skirk and the voice inside as like two different people, which is such an interesting way as well of putting it as well. I think a very beautiful way of putting it as well. So we also like when, you know, we had as well, you know, the idea of coming from Devat, the idea of the Certology opening up the gate for her as well, and she wants to destroy Certology. But again, we don't know what her true voice inside her is saying, what she truly wants. It seems like she does put up like this veil of like cold hard facts, and everything is cold, everything is like straightforward, but we wonder what is behind there too. And I'm only guessing when I say like, you know, the idea that like maybe it's like this idea of like how do I say it? Maybe it's this idea that like, you know, because her village was destroyed and stuff like this, and that's the first thing, you know, like one of the, and she's maybe like this idea in her head of like, am I making, I even said, am I making like the people, my mother proud? Did I go on and become the light in this world? Did I survive like in the way that my mother and father wanted me to survive? Did I do everything that they wanted me to do? But it seems like a lot of that is kind of like can be blocked out sometimes by the idea of like, well, I just want to defeat Certology. I don't want any companionship. I don't want people around me. And it could be from the idea of loss as well. The idea of like, oh, eventually people will be lost, and the idea of as well that she has to live so long on this place as well. And eventually, like, she's like, I'm going to return home as well. That could be the thing too. It's like, I'm going to return home anyway eventually. Why should I make any connections here? There's a lot of stuff going on here, and like again, I'm guessing. I hope it makes sense what I'm doing here. I'm kind of like crafting like a theory in my head of like why it could be, but like not all of it's like educated or with evidence, if you know what I mean. There's just kind of like assumptions, but I feel like, you know, the part we can look at is that like she's definitely not looking fully at her own voice, and there's something that she's blocking out, it seems, as well. But yeah, that's my kind of like assertion of this as well. So as I warped over here to where the culprit is hiding, this is the freaking chasm. This is the freaking chasm. Before we go any further, because it's probably going to get very deep, I want to, guys, maybe show you like my progress update on some leveling up of characters. I actually just had a few extra levels to level Varese there, so I am level Varese. Then I am also in the process of still leveling up Yaimiko. I want to level up Karand a bit more as also Clan, Yaimiko, and then after we level up those, it'll be probably Navia and Mulani, and so on and so forth. We have like a lot of characters I want to level up a lot more, but right now I'm focusing on Yaimiko and Silali, and then we're going to keep going with that as well. I've been logging in, I think, every day that I don't play Genshin, if that makes sense. I've been logging in. I've been doing that. You know, just to get your daily rewards, get those primo gems as well. You know, you might as well get them too, but also to level up characters. And then I think it's also a good way of like pacing ourselves as well. Let's go into this area now where the culprit is hiding. Wait, is it here? Huh? Or is it up top here? I love using Vanessa. And actually, this team I'm having a lot of fun with. I actually think is a pretty fun team. I've used it for some ley lines at some stages as well, and that's been pretty fun. Wait, here? The chasm is still one of the most like impressive places in this entire game, isn't it? Like, holy freaking hell. Genshin does not like joke around about its freaking locations. So incredible. Let's go. They do not joke around about that stuff.
Wait, this is near the chasm, right?
Gorgeous!
Yes. If we enter from here, we'll be able to reach that place from your dream.
That's pretty scary.
You have some experience with abyssal domains by now, but still, this is someone else's territory. Best to proceed with caution.
Right, I appreciate the sentiment, obviously.
Don't worry, Paimon's an expert at hiding behind other people for safety.
Yeah, but you're good at other things too. But yeah, hide behind me if you need to, Paimon.
Oh, but, that means you need to stay safe, traveler.
Let's teach this thief a lesson.
All right.
I feel Paimon's support all the
Remember
time.
your training. Time to put it to use.
Oh my god, we're just going. We might as well go. Enter the... This is going to be a domain, right? This is going to be a domain. Yeah, I love Paimon's support all the time. Whoa! We're not using our party, we're using Skirk. We're using Skirk! Oh my freaking god, we're using Skirk. I am so excited for this. So excited for this. This music is stunning as well, isn't it? Okay, let's go. Look at this. So sick. It's so sick. I don't exactly remember the exact way you're supposed to do this. But I think it'll work anyway, even if we don't remember everything we need to do here with us. See, the thing is like, usually, like, I can remember movesets when, like, because I found it to, like, just be honest, I found, like, to understanding the moveset to be a bit confusing, personally. The Skirk explanation, and people were saying the explanation isn't, like, fully, look at this as well, isn't, like, fully, easy to understand, so that's okay. So that's probably why I didn't really fully adapt to it, but I think, like, it's still, like, on its, like, Skirk seems like one of those characters, like, oh god. Oh, lord. Just like Kazuha, where it's like, even if you use them poorly... Yeah, you hide behind me. Hide behind me. You know, Skirk's one of those characters that even if you use her poorly, I feel like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It feels like it's going to be one of these characters just like, look, yeah. It's like, okay, just tap. Because I feel that way about Kazuha. I feel like when I use Kazuha, there is this feeling of like...
Hey, what are you two doing here?
What are you... Oh, we're getting voice acting for them. Yeah. Yeah, and I felt that way about Kazuha as well, by the way. There's the charge. Oh god. Skirk in a bubble does not feel right. No, you will pay for that. You will pay. That does not feel right. Yeah, with Kazuha, I feel like even if you're not, just to finish my point, even if you're not very good with Kazuha, which I'm not fantastic with Kazuha, he's just good on the baseline if you level him up well enough. Similar to Vaughn. This is such a cool environment as well, right? Oh, running out of juice. Skirk is so freaking cool.
Oh, looks like this is a dead end. Did we make it to his hiding place?
I'm so scared.
This fog is making it impossible to see anything.
Right.
This should be the place where you were attacked, Traveler. The missing part of your soul should be nearby. Can you sense where it is? I love a lot of her teachings, like this probably isn't her teaching us, but it is a lot of the way she does things is like, can you do this? It's not like, you know, while she's leading us to a place, I can't believe how pretty of a character she is as well, though. While she's leading us to a place, it's also a matter of like, you know, you can't, like, I don't know if that expression works, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. Like, she's making, like, you know, oh, Biffy Clyro, the lyric, you know, I can only make you see the moon. You can touch it, but that's up to you. You know, and that's what it feels here as well. I can bring you to this place, but it's up to you to kind of like figure out the other parts, you know? If I close my eyes and focus on the light that came from my womb back then, yes, I can sense something, but it's nearby. But is it nearby? But I can't tell the exact location. And it is nearby, sorry. Nothing exact, but I know it's nearby. Our opponent must have covered his tracks just in case. Otherwise, you should have sensed it much more strongly.
Hold on! Look! The spikes are back!
Stay calm. Let's hold back a little. Give our enemy some wiggle room so we can see what we're dealing with.
Interesting.
If you're too reckless, you might be playing right into his hands.
Another, mini lesson, right?
Our enemy took part of your soul for a reason. It's likely he integrated it into his attack somehow. If we're smart about this, we can track it down.
I'm for it. All for it. So we just have to like, just evade the spikes. That's it. That's really interesting. Like, just give them some time to like expose themselves a little bit. Uh-oh. Oh my god, there's so many of them. There it is. Well, there's the spikes, right? Similar to what Stab does. Oh, she dodged that so gracefully. His music. Nah, man. She's so freaking... Look at her!
From the start, the attacks have been focused on me.
Oh, they're all going towards her. Look at this cutscene!
My defenses. I see.
She is legitimately so freaking slick and cool. Oh, it got true! She got hit by one. It's like a... Wait, is it gonna take some of her power? Oh my god, he like cut the thread! Okay, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. When they make him look so cool, he looks so cool. You're right, that thing was. Oh my god. I live for this duo. Wait. She gave her part of her power back? Look at us glowing.
There. I got it back.
Thank you. Now she starts walking. I'm sorry, I live for this duo. Like, the reason why that cutscene's so amazing is, like, again, I think they get better and better all the time, because I always thought the cutscenes in Genshin were amazing, and people would tell me, like, even when I was in, like, Mondstadt and Liyue, they're like, you have no idea how, like, good they get. And I feel like the cutscenes keep getting, like, really well directed, even more, like we had the court scene last month that was, like, so well directed as well. And I always had to make it clear, like, you know, it's like, I think that, like, you've always heard me praising the cutscenes in this game, but I really just do think that, like, they consistently have these, like, really amazing cutscenes revolving around Aether, where they make him look cooler and cooler each region we go to, you know? And like that moment there, like of him like standing in the middle of all the spikes while Skirk was like moving around the place, there was a great urgency to it, some great movement in the cutscene as well. But I love that like it had like some really like a danger to it, and at the end had an action where like Aether saved Skirk in a way, but Skirk was obviously doing as well, like gave him back his power. Like it all was like really, really cool. Like seeing Skirk dodge everything, seeing Aether like so worried about the spikes and like being aware of all the spikes, and then the jump at the end. I thought it was fantastic. It was really, really cool.
What happened? It looked like Skirk just got...
Yeah, she got like stab one.
In the Gwali Plains, you asked me why this enemy chose you as his target.
Right.
Now, the answer is clear. It's not just the fact that your strength is impressive. It's also because of your ability to, as you put it, purify abyssal power.
And it's interesting, like, she used the quotation to purify, right, in quotations.
That actually means. The fact is, that ability allowed him to do something that should have been completely impossible.
Which is?
Namely, break through my defenses and steal my power.
Wow. Wait, so did he take our ability to take or to absorb abyssal power, or like to dissipate abyssal power? We said earlier that we think it could be an absorption then if it's not something that's purification. It could be like an absorption, like what if we're absorbing abyssal power? But did they take our power to like, you know, purify abyssal power in some way and use that to take the abyssal power from Skirk? So you were his real target all along?
No. He couldn't have known I'd come to his domain.
Right, okay.
He only stole your soul fragment because he knew the value of its power. I doubt he expected it to come in handy so soon.
So it's like saving it for a rainy day. It's like I might as well take it.
Call it fate if you want. I believe that's the term they use in this world for arbitrary coincidences like this.
I really like Skirk a lot. Because while like I love the idea of fate as a story, I never like I believe that coincidences are just as beautiful and interesting as fate itself, you know what I mean? You know, that's the way I look at it, you know? I think you can believe in fate and all that stuff 100%, but I love the idea of like coincidental stuff happening at the right moment or at the wrong time or stuff, I guess. I don't love stuff that happens at the wrong time. You know, the stuff happening and it's like, oh, that happened this time, and if this didn't happen there, that's a really interesting thing to me.
In any case, it works to our advantage. Once I realized what he was using that power for, it gave me the chance to get back what you lost.
But yeah, did he take something from you?
I'll cope.
Oh my god, I'll cope.
Well, done gorging? Good. Time to answer some questions. How did you get the power of the all-devouring narwhal?
Wait, what?
The all-devouring narwhal?
You mean like Sertologi's pet?
Oh, of course.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that.
Look familiar. It looks just like that narwhal's horn.
I did not pick up on that at all.
I highly doubt you acquired that power through your own strength. Tell me I'm wrong.
And that's a terrifying creature.
You're desperate enough to scour the land for god remains and whatever vestiges of power you can find. That alone proves you wouldn't be able to defeat a creature like that. Which leaves one possibility. You know my master, the Foul, Sertologi.
Oh my god, that's a possibility. And she's looking to fight him, right? She's looking to fight Sertologi.
The Foul.
What the hell?
Dares call him foul.
Oh. Wait, so they like Sertologi a lot. Like this is what brought them out. Like is insulting Sertologi.
What's wrong? Bit off more power than you can chew? You're struggling to hold a basic conversation.
This is so amazing. This is so amazing.
Just a little longer. I'm still...
Still what? There's the spikes again. So all these are like narwhal spikes? It's back.
Those obsessed with power will let it devour them before abandoning their pursuit.
Oh my god, we've seen that so many times. What should we do now?
Keep calm and use reason to decide the best course of action.
Right. Look at Paimon's face. Skirk was stabbed by one of the spikes while retrieving the fragment of my soul, and I'm in the process. Some of her power was stolen. The culprit is hiding somewhere beyond the fog. I have good understanding of his attack patterns from the fight just now. If we pursue him, our chances of winning are high. But Skirk's breathing is weaker than usual. If we attack now, I can't guarantee her or Paimon's safety. It's a hard decision to make. Look at all this thought process that he's having here. Look at this. He's fighting with intent, thinking about your actions. I think we should get out of here.
Wise decision. Final victory doesn't always come after a single battle.
And Skirk left the decision up to Aether. Oh my god.
You've got your soul fragment back, so we both got what we came
Awesome.
for. Let the enemy draw breath while he can. It won't be for long.
So awesome.
Get us out of here, Traveler. You'll need to lead the way this time.
That's... And I can't believe I'm saying that, like, in a way, like, it's so weird. Like, I would have expected this, like, last year, when we first met Skirk, that I could say that our character, Aether, is a disciple, a student of Skirk. You know what I mean? Just like Tartagula. So sick. Oh, okay. I thought we were just getting out of here. Oh my god. I legit thought we were just getting out of here.
Is your shoulder gonna be okay?
Oh my god, I'm getting slapped around the place.
Minor. It'll heal in no time. You should focus on getting out of here alive
Oh, go. No. We can just avoid these enemies, I think. Yeah. Bah, there you go. Just going for a jog. You know what I mean? You're going for a jog through the abyssal power. Oh! You know what they say?
Looks like this place is about to collapse.
Jesus Christ. I'm getting slapped around the place bad. Just go for a jog. Don't worry me.
This guy's power has something to do with the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh!
Did you know that all along, Skirk?
I had my suspicions. That's why I decided to investigate in the first place. But suspicions only get you so far. I needed to verify it for myself.
This is awesome.
Oh, we should be safe here, right?
Hopefully. No, this is such a good story quest. This is such a freaking good story quest.
I no longer sense his presence. Can't have followed us out of that abyssal domain. Weaklings like him will find that my power is not so easily controlled. He won't be leaving that place until he's managed to digest it.
Are you doing okay? All-devouring narwhal. Yeah, the narwhal stuff coming up again. With its power, it even managed to steal it from you of all the people with the narwhal's power.
You seem surprised. I suppose that's fair. You've seen but a fraction of what that whale is capable of. That gaping maw could swallow a planet whole.
You're just making it sound scarier. You're making it sound even scarier.
It's called the all-devouring narwhal for a reason. Devouring is what it does best. It can extract power from anything, dead or alive, as long as it manages to make physical contact.
So what? I wonder if they did anything to Tartaglia. We know Tartaglia was sick. We know he was. He needed time off as well. But I wonder if it did anything else to Tartaglia.
Yeah. When we had our run-in with that thing, Neverlet mentioned that it has an instinct to devour.
Yeah, an instinct.
Your dragon friend recognized the nature of its abilities and used the power of Hydro to protect you. That worked because it was in a satiated state, so it was somewhat less aggressive than usual.
Remember we had this big epic moment with the narwhal, and then someone comes on and goes, yeah, that wasn't its full power. It wasn't even nearly its full power.
It's a different story when it has no more power to feed off of. That's when its true voracious nature kicks in. It could devour everything on the planet in that state, which is why I cast it into that void space.
You remember that as well.
But I hadn't counted on there being anyone left on this planet capable of wielding its power. To me, that says he must have encountered the whale a long time ago. Meaning, he must have known my master.
Yep, and yeah, when she said foul, hearing you say the foul definitely got a reaction out of him, 100%. It set him off.
Exactly.
Great job.
Told me everything
Great
I
job.
needed to know. Hence why I said we both got what we came for.
So you know that he knows Sir Delogi, we got our power back.
And I believe that brings our transaction to an end.
I don't want this to end.
Now that you're whole again, you can get back to your own journey. I'll handle the rest of this situation myself.
No way! We can't leave now! Something was stolen from you because of us! We have to help you get it back!
Yeah, I agree with Paimon.
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become stronger. That's how it is.
But I have found that in this game, we have gotten stronger because when we've fallen, we've had people to help us up again. That's what I've seen.
But what if that monster finally finds you before you're all better.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen.
Plus, how are you gonna get home? It's not like you can just go swoosh and open a door to the abyss again. Not without your full strength.
I know the Paimon's probably using like abyssal lore we learned for the time to be like, yeah, this must be true.
So, sticking with us for the time being doesn't sound so bad, does it?
It's not out of pity. You said I don't want to be in your debt. Well, I still am. That's the thing. It's like I'm in your debt. Think about me then. Right? That makes perfect sense.
Fair enough. Then take this.
What is it?
A bag of Mora. Nothing in this world is free.
What?
I know that much.
You don't need to pay us.
I'll leave the planning to you. Hurry up and decide where to
Oh.
go. We shouldn't linger.
Wait, are they... Is she actually saying, like, here's a bag of Mora, so, like, you can actually, like, pay for maybe, like, some of us for us to, like, go?
We should take Skirk somewhere she can rest. But where?
The Boo Boo Pharmacy. What? Baiju.
One gets the feeling Skirk wouldn't like being around a lot of people. Oh, wait. Baiju said we could rest in the back room of the pharmacy, didn't he? Let's head there.
Yeah, and it's probably, like, this closest place here would be the Boo Boo Pharmacy to get a comfortable rest. Right? Like... Because the next place would be the Wangshu Inn, but that's way too far, and you couldn't rest in any, like, you go to, like, Gauman's, place, or I don't think his apartment's here, is it? It might be in, I think it could be, but you know what I mean? It's like, and, like, Ningguang, I think, I feel like with Ningguang, I don't want to worry her too much. This is Ningguang, sorry, this is Ningguang. I feel with Ningguang, she'd want to know a lot. You know what I mean? Because Ningguang's the type of person that, like, she probably knows we're here. She probably heard we're doing stuff here in Liyue right now. But, like, she won't care unless we do something bad, you know?
He'll know something about Master. I'm sure of it. Next time, I need to be ready.
Your outfit looks different? Should we ask?
Oh, this. It's a star crystal suit. Abyssal energy is scarce in Tivat. Wearing this helps me access it more freely.
She's so sick.
It stores concentrated abyssal energy that I can draw from on the go. When the energy runs out, it reverts back to its original form.
How's the shoulder?
Fine. It was just a scratch.
The black on the outfit's so sick though, isn't it? It's so sick.
It'll take time to recover my strength, of course. But adapting to situations like this is nothing new for me.
Let's go.
Found somewhere to rest. Well, lead the way then.
I think Baiju is actually the perfect person for this. Someone to be, like, very discreet as well. Hey, Skirk, what do you think of this?
Running late again.
That was great. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's head down to the Boo Boo Pharmacy to recuperate. Also, I do have like a bunch of wishes I could use as well, if we wanted to, on the Skirk banner, since we're already here. You know what I mean? Do I have enough to do 10? I do. Do I? Yeah. You could do 10 wishes right now. Or we might save it. Because there's 10 days left. But I don't know how much that's going to get us. You know what I mean? Let's see. There's probably not a chance of us getting anything. We might as well try. I mean, we're getting a 4-star, right? But yeah. We got a 4-star weapon this time. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and like, don't worry about that. We have 10 days left for that as well. And by the way, I'm not in like a massive rush or like, oh, I have to get this. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, it'd be freaking amazing to get Skirk 100%, because I think that, like, you know, people are very generous whenever like they see that I'm not getting something. And 100% they do. They're like, oh, I would like to help out Calvin. I want to make it clear here right now. You've all given too much. And you're banned from ever giving again. You're banned. And I appreciate you all, but you're banned. Because you all make me cry whenever I see those gems pop up. You are banned. You are banned from giving gems. And that's the truth. Because like we have like literally like the thing is, because of you guys, I literally have one of the best host of characters that someone can have. You know, look at this. Like, And very early on, we were like very set for the game. So yeah, don't worry about that, whatsoever. Watching this, guys.
Gotta steer clear of other people.
Oh, let's go.
Huh. This bag from Skirk has a ton of Mora in it. Does she have a job or something? Wait, no. After what we saw at Wamin Restaurant, that seems impossible. Can you imagine? It would go something like... I'll be collecting my paycheck now, boss. Oh, sure thing. Wait, who are you? Have we met? Can't hold a job if you make everyone forget about you. So, what did you do to get all this more?
Honestly, I love Paimon asking these questions as well, though.
Claimed some buried treasure, took care of a few monsters that were causing trouble. Nothing untoward. It's safe to
We wouldn't
use.
care. Make it untoward. Rob it. I don't care.
You heard all that?
A sonorous voice like yours is hard to miss. I wouldn't be surprised if the sound of it traveled to the nearest mountaintop.
Yeah. And it's honestly like that's you know, Paimon's voice is very soft, you know what I mean? Like it can be very soft. But of course, like, you know, her characterization is she's a loud person, you know what I mean? But I always thought like sonorous meant like more deep, but maybe I'm wrong.
Then, did you by chance happen to hear Paimon's little, joke earlier?
Did you hear it?
You mean when you called me Frosty the Lavender Man?
Paimon's whispering needs some work. Yeah, 100%.
No, sorry. Paimon totally misspoke just now. She didn't say that at all. It was, a Paimon lookalike. Yeah, she's a piece of work, that one. Always impersonating Paimon and giving people weird nicknames.
Yeah. Goddamn Paimon.
Okay, fine. The truth is, Paimon didn't like you all that much at the start, but things are different now. You helped the Traveler in a big way, so what do you say? Friends?
Honestly, getting that from Paimon, that's a big deal, Skirk. You know what I mean? Paimon holds grudges for centuries.
I noticed there was only one bed.
No.
Go ahead and get some rest.
No. Rest.
Wait, what about
You literally got stabbed.
I don't get tired, and I don't need rest. I'm going to practice my sword work. That should help me regain some strength.
Yeah, but I'd still like you to relax a bit, you know?
But your shoulder. Hey, don't just
She's
lay.
a different kind of cat. She really is. Different type of cat.
Whatever. Let her tire herself out. She'll come back eventually.
Paimon's angry again.
Let's get some sleep, Traveler. That comfy bed is calling, Paimon.
I know. You get some rest, okay? It's a lot. Today was a lot. Skirk is stubborn. Even if I tried to convince her to take it easy, I doubt she'd listen. Paimon is right. Skirk will stop and take a break once she gets tired. I hope. I should just get some sleep. I love that Paimon just goes straight to the the sleep position. 9-10 falls. She like smoking? Oh no, that was. I thought that was her. I was like, oh my god, no! I think it's like a dehumidifier or something. Skirk. Again, look at the facial expressions. Really good stuff. Of course, she's acting like she didn't just get stabbed in the shoulder. Something is off with her. She got stabbed with the power of the narwhal, like, right? Or at least like an imitation of it. It's gonna be serious.
Quiet.
Quiet? Who's she talking to? Is that the voice that Alice was talking about? Possibly.
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone.
Is it the voice of a villager here?
Keep your gaze fixed on
It's
your
all those
blade.
voices.
You don't deserve to rest.
Run, Skirk. Run. Only death awaits us here. Keep running and don't ever look
It's her
back.
dad, right? Right, in that dream of when his Skirk was training alone, but there was disembodied voices talking to her. Yeah, we can't leave it, can we now? One of them mentioned a fire. I wonder what exactly... I wonder What, did we give her tea? I wonder what happened exactly. What if she could just talk to us? Ether, you sweetheart. Tea is the universal sign for like, here, you know, take care of yourself, right?
Getting an early night's sleep is the best. That was so
I'm very happy you got a restful sleep. But yet for me, tea is like literally a symbol of like, you know, care and companionship and friendship and love. I know that sounds weird, but maybe it's different in different cultures. I don't think it is. Maybe I think it actually isn't. It's probably something similar in other cultures too. But sitting down and having a cup of tea with someone is like, it is a connection with someone. It is like this time that you're having with someone where everything outside of the world is not there. You're locked in space, and it's almost like it's literally just like, hey, do you want me to put on the kettle? You know what I mean? You sit there, I'll put on the kettle. You know, and I've heard that trope many times in my life when I was, you know, a kid, when I was younger. You know, the first thing that happens when you go up to, you know, other Irish person's house, and you know, maybe there's something sad happening. There could be something, even if there's something happy is happening. It's like, hey, will I put on the kettle? You know what I mean? How you doing, love? Will I put on the kettle for you? Jeez, no. And then you have to, like, go to Ireland, we have to go, no, you're fine. And then they go, oh, no, I insist. No, I'm fine, I don't need a cup of tea. No, I'm telling you, have a cup of tea. No, I'm telling you, Mary, I don't need a cup of tea. Well, you just have one. Okay, I'll just have one now. No, don't give me any more. And then you end up having like 10 cups of tea. You know what I mean? It's like actually like an old thing that people say Irish people will turn you down 10 times. So like when we go over to other countries, we turn people down and we actually wanted something, you know? Sorry for going on a tangent there, but...
Wait, Skirk? Have you been sitting out here the whole night? The bed's all yours if you want it.
Look at the cross-legged citizen. Did she drink her tea? Recovered your strength yet?
About 60%. Maybe 70.
The amount of training you would have to know what percentage you have left.
Oh, Paimon thought it would take at least a couple of days. That was
Truly.
fast.
No, not fast enough. That's 20% less than last time. Same training regimen, same intensity. Nothing felt different, but somehow the outcome fell short.
So it's getting harder. Maybe it's because that spike stabbed you?
No, I think the problem's with me. I need to meditate for the next 2 days. Deep introspection should help me find the issue.
And of course, time... It's kind of... There's this anime, I'm not going to say what it is, but there's... Because again, I don't like spoiling stuff. I want people to find out stuff for themselves. There's an anime that I love that there's a character who like, days pass by for everyone else, but like, way faster, while 2 days for her is like... 2 days for her, this character is like nothing. Whereas 2 days for everyone else is like a really big experience. 10 years for her is nothing. And I wonder if it's the same thing with Skirk because of the way that they live and the place that they live. You know, 2 days is like, in the real world, might as well be nothing. So the idea of like meditation for the next 2 days could be like the same as sitting down and thinking for 10 minutes, you know?
Ooh, sounds intense. We'll watch over you in the meantime then.
Thanks.
Oh.
See you in 2
days. A lovely
days.
thanks. Thank you. Hearing Skirk say thanks means a lot for some reason. You know? This is a beautiful quest, by the way. It's absolutely fantastic. And look, we're literally... Look at Paimon's doing her somersaults. Literally watching over. This is such an intimate quest, right? It's such an intimate quest. Very beautiful. Oh, look, big stretch.
Skirk is still meditating, huh? It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't she be awake by now?
No idea. Yeah, we don't know. I don't know how it works.
Paimon can't think of anything we can do to help. Oh, wait! Breakfast! That's it! Paimon will go get breakfast!
Sure.
Skirk is gonna be starving when she wakes up. Be right back.
I mean, you know, food can make everything better as well. It can. The aroma of food can take you back to some places. Skirk looks so serene, almost like she really is asleep. Did something happen? Oh, wait. What are you doing here? Wait. Wait, are they bringing us into Skirk's dream? This place feels familiar, but where am I exactly? There are towering cliffs, withered trees, and a strange river flowing from the horizon all the way here, but it's broken up several times along the way with a waterfall at each breaking point. On closer inspection, the color of the water is changing. The closer I get to the lower portion, the darker it becomes, almost as if... Did you bring me here? That must mean this is...
That's right. This is Skirk's.
We can hear the voice.
Think of it as the threshold between the soul and dreams.
Threshold between souls and dreams.
This isn't your first time here, but what you remember is probably a space covered in darkness. I only managed to illuminate a small portion for you back then.
All along we were able to see this, but we couldn't see the whole thing. It talks, as I see you can speak.
Actually, it's my first time talking to someone like this.
Interesting.
I only managed to break free and bring you here because the injury weakened her power. I guess that's why I can speak again, too. Call it fate, if you want. I think that's the word they use in this world for lucky coincidences.
That's
like
the same
this,
thing Skirk
right?
said to us.
Now, before I take you to her, I gotta ask. You're the first outside visitor to ever come here, so what's your impression of this place?
Why are there so many cliffs and waterfalls?
Oh, you noticed.
It's a very sweet voice as well.
This river represents
Look at this.
Skirk's strength.
The rivers are strength.
Strength accumulates over time. It is the summation of a person's lived experience. So this river is where all the fragments of Skirk's life should converge into a single stream of memories and emotions, flowing forward as one.
Beautiful sentiment, because that's what rivers do, right? Like, they all flow into one place, making that one place a lot stronger.
But, as you can see, this river has been severed numerous times.
I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
Reflected in the river is a disgraceful shadow of who she was. She cuts through water and rock with the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past, and begins anew.
I'll read this again, guys. You see the river has been severed numerous times because Skirk doesn't like who she was in the past. So because she doesn't like her past life, she's been separating this. And maybe that's why she's trying to drown out the voices as well. And then when she sees, all she sees reflecting the river is a disgraceful shadow of who she was. She cuts through the water and the rock and the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past, and begins anew. Wait, that reminds me of something.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak, and become master over your
So I wonder if that's what encouraged her to kind of forget about the part of herself, where I feel like Alice was telling her to remember that part of herself, right?
This isn't my first taste of failure
Right?
or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become stronger. That's how it is.
I see. So Sertology taught Skirk to replace all emotion with reason. Am I wrong in saying that Alice was definitely trying to be like, hey, don't erase that part of you? And since then, it's been a constant process of abandoning, refuting, and erasing her past self. I suppose that's a secret to her strength, which sounds horrible if you think about it. The idea of having to remove parts of yourself that other people, you and other people might actually love as well, yeah. It's such a sad thing to think about. What has she been through? Why does it have to be this way?
The answer to one mystery invites another question, I see.
Always.
Let's follow the river upstream. There among the cliffs,
Such a beautiful
among
place.
the memories etched into her heart, lies the truth of it all. Soon, you'll understand everything.
I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. So we have to follow them down here as well. So it's an interesting place of using because Skirk is such a steadfast and strong individual, using a place that does feel, but you can tell there's a lot broken about them, right? In terms of, I hate to use the word broken sometimes. I didn't mean to do that. Oh. Wait. That's the one we drew. This looks like the coastline. I recognize the drawing. That's literally the drawing for the start of the freaking game. What the hell are you doing? Wait, isn't that the picture I drew for Paimon? Why is it showing up in Skirk's memories? Wait a second, what?
I've always thought that, even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can still form bonds of kinship when they meet.
Why is she looking at this though?
Like meteors, you both made a journey through the stars. Both travelers who have landed on a planet that is not your home. Yet, when she first noticed your presence...
What?
Although she hesitated for a moment, she still chose to walk away. different.
So she found this on the... So is this like... She found this on the beach, she knew we were here, and she decided just to walk away. She knew we were from beyond the stars as well. Why? If I think about it, it's not surprising at all. After what happened to the Wallman restaurant, it's obvious she prefers to disappear from other people's lives. She was like not even like... So... I'm sorry, but this is such a crazy moment because like this symbol means a lot to all of us, right? This symbol on the beach. But the fact that like after we left this place, at some point that night maybe, Skirk saw this. And it would have to have been pretty early in the night. It would have to have been. She hasn't seen Child in years, and I doubt she ever made a connection with this world of her own volition. What I'm seeing now is a microcosm of her entire life. We're not seeing everything.
Seems like you've answered your own question.
Have we?
Skirk sees herself as a trespasser in this world. She's made a conscious choice to avoid altering its path. But the reason for that decision stems from events much earlier on in her
Right,
life.
and it seems like the way they're saying this now as well, like, is like, even though, like, which makes sense, even though they knew that we were outsiders who came to this world, they were just like, it's none of my business.
Let's
Holy
keep
hell.
going. It's still a long way to the source.
What a
of the
crazy
river.
one to start with. Right? What a crazy one to start with, honestly. The drawing from the start of the game. I was gonna say that I love that they have like all these like broken places and destroyed places. And it does feel like, you know, just like her mind seems to be sometimes, there's like a lot of fragmentation and stuff like that. There's another one over here. I can't wait for this.
You now have what it takes to wield immense power. From this day forth, I shall teach you no more. No one can become a worthy warrior through imitation alone. I have given you fangs and claws. Now, you must learn to hunt.
It's just so sad because, like, she wanted to be, like, an adventurer and she wanted to, like, you know, travel through the stars and stuff, which, again, technically she got to do. But in a way, it's like, you know, she never got to actually have that childhood that, like, she deserved, you know?
You wish me to travel the world beyond on my own, Master?
Indeed.
Make new friends.
Embark on your own journey. And piece together a new future from the shattered remnants of your
But
past.
Sertology says make friends here, though, right? Which is different from what we kind of, like, got the idea of what he was saying before.
We will still have contact through the abyss. But know this. One day,
Jesus.
I will take the life you worked so hard to rebuild.
Is that?
And reduce it to ashes. Just like the fire that
So he's saying that one day I will end you. But is that, would you say that's Sertology then? Oh, Skirk's a bit scared here as well.
Why? What do you
Yeah, it's
do
pretty
that?
nuts. And there's like a spider web type of thing around him as well.
I have told you before. Fear is the catalyst for human evolution. You have tasted loss. You have known fear so deep it can be felt in the bones. But as living beings, we all have an instinct to detach from that which harms us. And thus pain dampens over time. And the acrid taste of fear becomes but a distant memory.
It is, yeah. This is like actual, like, I think studies that are even done in our normal life where it's like humans like are about preservation and survival.
Yet now, I have bestowed upon you the gift of fear eternal. It will drown you in the nightmare of your childhood.
Oh, Jesus.
Or it shall drive you to defeat me, whatever the cost.
Wait, so he set that up? So it wasn't just like this vengeance thing. It's literally like she's seeing all these crazy memories from her childhood and it's driving her to defeat Sertology. So he wants this. That's what he wants. That is nuts. So like, I wonder then if the stuff that she's hearing in her head, if that is like just meant to torture her until she beats Sertology. The figure next to Skirk looks familiar, right? I saw the same figure during the battle against the all-devouring narwhal.
That is what Skirk's master,
Oh my
the
god.
Sertology, looked like at one point in time.
So he can change form. So we like, this is like our first time really seeing like a true physical form of Skirk, of Sertology, right?
Of course. As a higher being, physical form is a triviality to him.
That's terrifying. That is terrifying.
He could appear as a beast, a human, or even a monster that defies description. The form you see him in here, clad in abyssal armor, is the one he usually wears when traveling through the stars.
I used to think Sertology and Skirk were just master and disciple, like Skirk and Child. Now I see why Skirk chose to distance herself from humanity. Sertology told her to put down roots here, while at the same time threatening to destroy whatever life she managed to create. Oh my god! He told her to make friends. And he said he would burn it all to the ground. So no matter who he connected with, Tartagula, us, no matter who she connected with, she, in her mind, the reason why she got rid of Tartagula then is because she's like, I don't want Sertology to hurt Tartagula, so I'm keeping him out of my heart. I don't want anyone to hurt Ether. I don't want anyone hurt because of me. If she found someone she loved, if she found a best friend, Sertology would aim to destroy that. That is insane.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength.
Oh my god, she desperately wants to... and it's almost like if she defeats Sertology, she could maybe, like, finally, like, you know, maybe make connections.
To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and purpose.
I'm sorry, but that would be so upsetting to me. Because, like, can you imagine the idea of, like, constantly having to think about, like, I can't, read this first. So what she meant, but I still don't understand why Sertology would do that. From what he said, he didn't pick up on the conflict between them. Like, to me, like, the idea of, like, constantly having to think, like, oh, I'm having a good time here. Oh, but I shouldn't have too much of a good time. We're done here, you know, and then moving on with your life, you know?
I'll let you in on a little secret. The real Sertology is terrifying.
The sinners terrify me already, strange creature.
The scope of his power is impossible to understand until you experience it firsthand. It is absolute. The power to crush all
So
things.
scary.
Shall we keep going? Let's see. We're about halfway
I love
there.
it. No, I actually love this. I love this in a way that's, like, scary, right? So yeah, that seems like what it is. Like, it's like this, like, maybe like I could be like, you know, again, bridging a gap here and whatever, you know? But like, if she, we were talking about earlier in the story how we were like, well, there has to be more to why she, like, got rid of Tartagula, right? Why she didn't want to talk to Tartagula. Oh, we can walk on this. Oh my god. The reason, and it seems like the reason is that she didn't want her life, if she made a life where Tartagula's, you know, which, by the way, calling back to Tartagula, searching for her, and he couldn't find her, she didn't want to be found because she didn't want to make any connection. And the same thing with us. She found 2 more people from beyond the stars, and instead of being able to do what any person would want to do, I want to meet them. I want to see what they're doing. I want to see what they're like. I don't want to make a connection. I want to be a trespasser, someone who comes in and out of everyone's life, and also making everyone forget her as well. So no one can ever make even, like, the simplest connection, as if, like, to say, oh, she's pretty, or I like her, or, oh, nice hair, you know? They can't even make that connection with her. They can't even do the basic thing of, like, seeing someone in the street and being like, oh, I love their outfit. You know what I mean? I know it sounds, like, kind of, like, superficial, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, you can't even make, like, that minor connection, you know? Holy hell. Incredible. What's the next part? What's the next part? Oh no! That's baby Skirk! This must be Skirk when they were a kid.
We've made it quite a ways already. This is Skirk, when she first began training under Sir.
Look at her, and I just realized she's patching up her wrist as well.
I have set your broken wrist. Tomorrow, you're to train
music.
twice as hard.
This is such a powerful setting with the swords dug into the ground as well. Like, it's a battlefield, right? It's to me, swords in the ground means people have fallen here, you know? And as a kid, to be, like, surrounded by, you know, swords stuck into the ground, a reminder no matter where you look of violence and of power in some ways too. It has to be such a harrowing experience, or like at least like a life-changing experience, you know? This poor gal.
No tears this time. Good. Attempting to garner sympathy through tears is a habit of the weak. A pitiful, useless ploy.
No, tears are 100% okay to have, and it doesn't make you any less than...
Can I ask a question, Master? Why did you save me? I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had
Jesus.
died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
And it's constantly on her mind, of course it is, but they chose the scene really well. Not only the swords dug into the ground, but the fire right in front of her as well.
I saved you because I have a plan.
Look at that. The image of Sir Delogi, as this music is playing as well in the background, it's like very soft and somber.
It has been too long since I fought a battle that demanded my full strength, and I hunger for it. Every so-called genius and prodigy I have faced has crumbled like sand underfoot. Before me, even fate bends the knee.
Even I can't. To have that opinion of yourself as well, and again, you know, it's been confirmed that he is pretty terrifying.
So, I will teach you everything I know. Train you by whatever means necessary. In the hope that one day, you might surprise me.
But I don't want to draw my sword against you, Master.
What you want matters little.
Oh, Jesus.
Among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void. You of all people know that well.
Yes, Master.
So what would, just to read this line again, among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void. You of all people know it well. Is that saying that like the people who are weak don't matter as much in the grand scheme of things, maybe?
From that day forward, all she knew was grueling training.
Horrible.
Emptiness,
absolutely horrible.
And fatigue. After some time, her talent bloomed, and she gained control over her emotions, like her master. How should I put it? It was not that human emotion disappeared from her heart, but that reason came to dictate all she was allowed to feel.
Okay.
I suppose it was at this point that she became the Skirk you know today.
So the capability to have that human connection is still there. It's just that reason overpowers it in her mind of what she believes reason is, or what Sir Delogi believes reason is as well. So Sir Delogi saved Skirk from the disaster when he was a child and never even tried to hide his ulterior motive. I suppose that leaves one final mystery. What really happened with the disaster back then? Sir Delogi's final words to Skirk were cold and cruel, but Skirk's reaction made it seem like it was the truth she knew all too well. I have a feeling it all comes back to what happened back then.
We're nearly there.
Yeah, we got a vision of what happened.
Reach the end. Well, shall we? This is the final stretch.
Let's go. Yeah, like it was such a powerful image, you know, her sitting there amongst the swords in front of the fire, Sir Delogi in the reflection of the sword as well, almost as if like the weapons themselves are a reflection of Sir Delogi and their teachings, you know, almost like Sir Delogi is violence itself, you know, it's aggression itself. Sir Delogi is almost like a representation of that, quote unquote reason, and oh, this is such a pretty place, isn't it? A representation of that quote unquote reason and violence and training. Oh my god,
These are
baby.
Skirk's happiest memories.
That's a baby.
What a simple and carefree time it was. Wisps of clouds dotted the sky. The sun bathed everything in golden light. And when song filled the air, not even the shyest of flowers could resist swaying along.
What a beautiful sentiment, right? Not even the shyest of flowers, you know, just a beautiful way of describing it.
This is Skirk's homeland. She was so curious about everything as a child. Always always skipping school to go exploring instead.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what was taken away from her, you know? Like, look at this. He's so happy.
There was so much to discover. The treasures at the bottom of the sea. The secrets beyond the stars. And that merchant ship packed with adults wearing those strange clothes.
Strange clothes?
Yes. The ship. That was the beginning of the end.
Remember, they brought in people and they trusted them, right, didn't they? Oh, God.
It was a spaceship.
What?
When it arrived, the people that disembarked wore smiles on their
Wait.
faces and spoke of friendship. They claimed to be merchants from a neighboring planet, looking to establish trade.
Planetary freaking trade happened? So there's like multiple... Unless they came from Tava. But like, it seems like there is like multiple like trading between between planets and stuff, I guess, between spaceships. Holy hell.
Skirk's parents, her relatives, her neighbors, everyone welcomed the newcomers with open arms and allowed them to explore the planet. To them, the visitors were guests and should be treated with hospitality.
Of course, but... It's so crazy that beyond Tevat, there is a world out there that we have no idea about fully at all. You know what I mean? We know like 0.000% of Beyond the Stars.
No one had any idea of what was
I can't even think about this.
Several months later, an army of unknown origin arrived without warning and carried out a ruthless campaign to destroy everything.
Are they going to show us what they look like?
Everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
Skirk had skipped school that day.
Oh.
Like so many times before. So she was not caught in the immediate wave of destruction. But when she came home that day, only fire and ruin awaited her.
This is such a crazy image as well, right? Like, we can talk about Skirk like as like this all-powerful being, but this is a child looking at their home being destroyed as tears are welling up in their eyes, you know? That's what it is.
Countless people cried out to her for help. People she knew and loved. Friends and relatives. The little girl who lived next door. The shop owner with the bad leg. The bad-tempered teacher she had made fun of just that morning.
And this is trying to emphasize like all the connections that she had that were lost in an instant.
Their lives were discarded like worthless trash.
What a way to put it. Oh my god.
The fire consumed one life after another. Skirk was helpless. All she could do was run. And so she did. She kept running until an unexpected figure crossed her path. If Sertology hadn't been there in that moment,
Jesus,
the fire would have claimed her life too. And there she would have remained, left to rot in the scorched earth, with no answer as to why any of this was happening.
Like, I know that they need to describe it in a very apparent way because they need us to understand how harrowing and disgusting and horrible this was for Skirk, but they are really like hammering it home, right? Like the image here that we get here is the idea of like a child in this flame, in this inferno, dying there, just like all the other children that were dying there, just like all the people who were dying there. And she never would have understood why this is happening. She would have been gone without Sertology. Why did those people destroy... By the way, that doesn't excuse it being an ass, by the way. I want to make that clear. Why did the people destroy her homeland?
Because she and her people were seen as a threat.
What? Did they do something bad?
As the initial merchant ship explored the planet, they discovered that it hadn't always had the condition to support life. Yet there was evidence of human activity, even during the periods of extreme heat or cold in the past.
Okay.
Further research reveals that, over time, the people of this planet had evolved the ability to adapt to any type of environment or energy source.
That's pretty impressive.
For that reason, the outsiders viewed them
Oh
as
god, what?
a potential threat, and decided to eliminate them before the threat could rear its head. And so,
The army was called, and the so-called danger was wiped from the face of the planet.
Just because of speculation, all those innocent people. We know for a fact that they were being sadistic about it. With the vision we saw, they were being sadistic. This wasn't a thing of like, oh, we have to do this to stop the threat. You know what I mean? They were happy to do it. They were giggling.
Senseless, isn't it? Deemed a threat because of a gift they didn't even know they had.
Yeah, that's the way they
Perhaps
lived.
it was their own innocence and kindness that
Yes.
doomed them. But in the end, that was lost to the blaze as well.
The imagery in this of the idea of kindness being lost to a fire as well and innocence being lost to a fire is such a perfect analogy for what happened to Skirk as well, right? But can we also say as well how I said that their innocence and kindness doomed them. No matter how innocent, kind, lovely you are, it's never an excuse for someone to walk all over you. Because people always say that. And it's like, I understand where people come from. Like, oh, you need to toughen up and stuff, I guess, as well. The world needs to get softer. That's what needs to happen. The world needs to open up its heart. And I'd stand by that to the end of my days. To the end of my freaking days. Yes, it's a conclusion that you have to be tougher. 100%. The world sucks. You know? The world can suck. But you shouldn't be doomed because you're kind and because you're innocent.
If those with power get to decide good and evil, then all you can trust in is the sword in your hand. And so, before death could claim her, she ran. She ran and never stopped.
Now I see what Sir Lodi's threat is such a terrifying prospect for. Yeah, for all this to happen again. She would see the same thing that happened before happen to the new people she found in her life.
No one wants to relive their most painful moments. Well, that brings us to the end of the story. This is as far as we can go. Skirk is waiting over there.
We're going to talk to Skirk.
Let's go to her. It's time to fulfill my purpose. And my greatest wish over all these years.
This is such a brutal story, guys. And especially, like, you know, we've grown to, like, I think anyway so far, like, so quickly, as this game is really good at doing this, by the way, and Genshin's always been very good at doing this, giving us a connection with the character so quickly. And I feel like almost instantaneously I do feel that connection. I do feel the connection with Skirk, right? But it's more than just like, okay, like, yeah, we were connected to Skirk. On the base level of if you didn't even know Skirk, the imagery in this story quest is horrifically scary and terrifying and harrowing to listen to. The imagery is of a little girl who had made this life for herself, was enjoying life, had all these aspirations and wishes. And because they were living a great life and they were kind, her whole village and all of her connections were burnt down. Spiritually and literally. Her whole life was burnt down. And now, because of fear of that happening again, she has to distance herself from the entire world. It's almost like the opposite of what she wanted to do, you know? She looked at her, she saw, they described it that way for a reason. She looked at everyone around her who she had made the connection with in a very, like, noticeable way. The teacher I made fun of, the neighbor with the one leg, the little girl I used to play with. All these connections. They made sure to talk about how she made a connection with everybody. So horrible. That's just there as well. This place is so pretty as well, isn't it? It's so pretty. Oh, we can walk on the freaking water here too. You didn't expect us here?
So all this, just so you could bring him here.
She knows the little spirit.
I have things to say to you. Well, to me.
There we go. Oh my god. Is this what Alice was talking about, the voice inside? Is this another version of herself or a part of herself? That would make sense, wouldn't it?
I want someone to witness our reconciliation, even if it takes an argument to get there. And he is the best choice in this moment.
Wait, then you must be...
her suppressed emotional self.
Oh my
The
god.
version of herself she keeps locked in the recesses of her mind, stifled by reason.
And the way they're doing this imagery as well. This is what Alice was talking about, right? This is what Alice was talking about.
All those rejected impulses, those discarded aspects of your past selves, they are a part of me now.
So even when I say she distanced Tartaglia from herself, it goes to this strange creature. It's all shoved down into this strange creature.
I am who you used to be. Someone you have refused to face for too long. So, I came to face you instead.
Imagine your inner self, the innocent part of yourself, the loving part of yourself that you shoved down so far down that you can almost barely hear the voice anymore. Imagine it came to confront you. And even like mentally, that, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously like literally that can't happen in our world, but like can you imagine like having to confront a part of yourself that you had forgotten about for a long time?
You're wrong. I've faced you all along. And that's
Whoa.
exactly why I keep you locked here.
So is that the voices she's always hearing then?
Your existence makes me weak. Moments of joy and longing are when we are most vulnerable.
Yeah, but you deserve to have longing and joy.
Don't forget, it was a penchant for goodness over reason that doomed our homeland in the first place. The vastness of the universe renders everything insignificant. Our feelings most of all.
And this is what Sertology was kind of trying to teach as well. But the thing is, right, she's not wrong when she says that, yes, if her homeland was a bunch of tough people who like were aggressive and would force people out, 100%. But then you also have to look at it from this perspective as well. Would your homeland have then gone and like, you know, would they have been able to defend themselves anyway, first of all? And second of all, I personally think you can't look at it this way because the fault here is not on the good people. Because we have found a place here in Teyvat for good people, that we can protect good people and fight for good people. And we've seen good people fight so hard to fight back against bad regimes, terrible monsters, terrifying situations. We've seen people who like were deemed bad and we didn't turn them good. We let them get on the path of getting to being good. We've seen people that are tortured from their past, like Shao, you know, and we've seen them now get to the point where they can have friends and connections as well. It's not your fault that you're good. It's not that your fault that you're kind. That it's everyone else's fault for hurting you.
Even so, learning from the mistakes of the past doesn't have to mean erasing everything.
100%.
Strip yourself of your so-called weaknesses, emotions like kindness and empathy, and what makes you any different from the ruthless soldiers who slaughtered our people?
The difference is that I'm doing what is right, what is necessary. I allow you to exist, but with limited freedom. That is the greatest kindness I can offer.
She sees it as a kindness.
I've
Okay.
sheltered everything you couldn't carry. I rose above the numbness and emptiness. And it was cold, unfeeling reason that brought me this far. It made me who I am. It made me strong.
That is the problem. I want to shoulder those things together. On the grand scale of the entire universe, maybe our feelings are vanishingly small, but why should that mean they don't matter? Emotion gives warmth to the cold expanse
Oh
of
my
space.
god.
It gives meaning to the world around us.
I am so on board for this idea as well. Yes, in the grand scheme of things, we're all specks of dirt. In the grand scheme of things, we're all ants in this universe. But of course, we still matter. Our lives still matter. And yeah, all this coldness that's in the world, the thing that makes us like, as we were talking about earlier, that cup of tea, right? That's the thing that we look forward to. I have I talk about this all the time, the similar feeling I have when I sit down at night and I turn on like a YouTube video from like Smosh or something. It's those small things, right, that make the world feel less cold.
Think back to those nights of gazing at the stars, those afternoons of exploring the unknown. Think back and let them grant you peace. A brief respite from the pressure you put on yourself.
This is such an interesting to have a conversation with a part of yourself, right?
That isn't what we need.
She shut that down. Did she freeze?
Exactly what we need.
She broke out of it.
Aren't you curious about why recovering your strength has taken longer than normal this time?
Finally, you get to the important part. That is the only answer I came here to find.
I wonder if you're gonna like the answer then.
Then look around. Look at your inner world. You cast aside your dreams and curiosity, and in doing so, you lost your original motivation. You severed all connection to who you used to be, so you can no longer draw strength from your past. Now, the only things driving you forward are fear and survivor's guilt.
Whoa.
But these cannot take you far enough. And so, this river, the source of your strength, grows more polluted by the day.
So it's the idea, yeah, we talked about survivor's guilt before, right? And the idea that, like, you know, if you're the one who survives, would you be feeling horrible about this as well? And the idea of Sertology says fear is the thing that, like, makes you progress forward, right? But this is what Sertology believed. It's like fear is the thing that, like, drives forward humanity in some ways to survive and to fight back stronger. But as we've seen in our game, we've seen this, as we said, I said it just a few minutes ago, so I don't have to repeat myself again. Companionship and the people that we found together and the people we've helped and the people that have helped us has made all those people stronger. I 100% believe that Vaughn is a better fighter now than he was back when he was just Scaramouche. 110%. I 100% believe Xiao is a better fighter now that he has us to fight for. And us to protect. I 100% believe that. And he knows that Zhongli loves him as well. He won't just give away his life. I 100% believe that. Navia making connections back with Clarande and all of Fontaine and reconciling that feeling with everyone and gaining back her love for Fontaine literally made her the MVP of that whole region. You know what I mean? It is... I could go on forever talking about these connections, guys. I could go on forever. I was about to say Linnea and making up with Risley and all these characters. You know what I mean? It's literally, you could go on forever with these connections and how they've made people stronger.
And do you think that means I should seek help from a weak little thing like you?
Not weak. Look how far they've taken us. Your emotional self isn't weak. The fact that she transcended time and broke free from her constraints to come and face you, that proves it.
Thank you for saying that.
Yes.
I knew bringing you here would be the right choice. To be honest, I'm not here to argue with you. This isn't about who's right or wrong. And in fact, I agree that in order to make it through the wake of that tragedy, we had to distance ourselves from the pain through reason over emotion.
Mm-hmm.
But what is right at one point in time isn't always right
Love
forever.
this.
I know you will never forget that fire.
Of course.
I know the fact that you were the sole survivor fills you with guilt.
Of course, yes.
And I know that among the voices that haunt you, mine is there too. Because deep down, you know that you didn't turn out to be the person you wanted
That's
to be.
what I was thinking. They didn't get to be who they wanted to be.
All those unfulfilled hopes are like knives to the heart. And I don't want you to hurt anymore. So even if you can't accept me, I hope at least that you can let go.
Let go of all that pain as well. And the symbolism of her like being frozen in ice here as well.
I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
This song, right, the connection to her family. It's like...
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive.
The song hits so hard. The song hits so hard.
I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there. I'm ready to see them all.
I'd like to go one Genshin episode without tears in my eyes, honestly. I really would. Holy freaking hell. With this music playing in the background as well.
I remember. There was a song Mom and Dad always sang when we went out to
Oh
fetch
God.
water.
I'm not gonna last this, am I? I'm not.
Dancing water. The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey?
The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey?
I am not the dancing water, and you are not the burdensome sand. But if this is your wish, then I will carry you with me until the end.
This song is killing me, man. Like, this is destroying me right now. Oh, the smile in our face as well.
Thank you.
Oh.
I should be thanking you.
Oh my god, this is huge for Skirk. This is huge. Wait. We're getting a story already? Can't be over. What the hell, man?
Run, Skirk. Run.
Was that the abyss containing her as well?
Remember, leave no one alive.
Oh.
Heed my words, Skirk. Let fear take root in your
There's Sir Delogi's words.
Did you survive?
Survivor's
Why
guilt.
was it only you?
Look at this beautiful
Skirk,
imagery of the abyss holding her down.
Did you become a positive light in this world?
Oh my god. Oh. She's incredible.
Hey, this doesn't have to be the end.
What? What the hell?
Life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
Just playing the song as well. I've never seen Skirk's expression like that. Holy hell. This music is so gorgeous as well. Look at that. It's stunning. Oh. This is so beautiful. It's so freaking beautiful. Oh my god.
So, you saw my memories then?
I am in tears. And it's like a mixture of like, just like, I don't know how to say it. Like, it's a mixture of like, just like, yeah, of course there's like some sadness there, but I truly feel like it's also like, you know, like, is it weird that like I'm proud of Skirk? You know what I mean? It's like, I know it's like, it's like, cause Skirk is a character who like, you know, doesn't need me to be proud of her, you know? That, like, I just, the vulnerability in her eyes. The vulnerability in her eyes when she lifted up her head when the small version of her was playing the guitar. You could see her eyes looking around. There was like that wonder, that childlike wonder almost back. And the idea, what was it? Oh, I'm sorry guys, this is like, to me, so amazing. As well, life is a gift, don't let the darkness claim it. And it's so true as well, like, don't let that darkness take over the part of your soul that is so beautiful as well. Oh Jesus, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry guys. I'm a mess. That's 2 videos we cried in this week. We'll have to make like a, you know, there's probably a sign. If this was a factory, there'd be a sign like how many days since Calvin cried, you know, and we'd have to mark it off every week. Such a beautiful moment. Yeah, when she lifted up her head, there was that childlike wonder, some vulnerability to her. And having like this song that her father played to her on the guitar being played by the other version of herself as well. It's just such a stunning way of doing this. They outdid themselves with that animation. It was so beautiful.
I once asked my master if survival of the strongest
look at it.
was the law of the universe.
So she's created like a whole new space here. Look.
He said no. But in a world without order, those with no moral boundaries tend to be the ones who survive.
And this is what I want to make it clear. This is so true in a lot of ways. And it's even true, like, sometimes now that, like, a lot of bad people are just allowed to do what they do, you know? They are. And it's people that need defending are usually the ones that get the worst of it, you know? And I really feel like it's one of those things where I always like, I understand why people do it. When people say, you know, I want to, like, tough people up, you know what I mean? So this can be true. You know, when people say I want to toughen people up, it's like, I understand, but also people deserve to have their innocence. People who don't have any morals tend to run roughshod on things. But one thing we've learned in Genshin throughout this entire game, I'm so sorry, I'm getting so emotional just thinking about this game. One thing we've learned in this game since the start, and we've talked about this, is that yes, bad people will try to do a lot of stuff to our world, and they have. But we consistently have made so many friends along the way and made so many connections that the power in some cases didn't come just from us. It came from all of us working together. Nalan's a perfect example. It rings true with this. Oh, look here, that isn't true strike. Power is not a substitute for doing what's right. Yeah, while I believe that people without moral boundaries can do take advantage of a lot of situations and hurt a lot of people in weaker positions, I think it's such a beautiful way to put it. Power is not a substitute for doing what is right. You can't choose what is right just because you have power.
That's why, after hearing his answer, an idea came to mind. An idea that, one day, I would create a new world order. One in which there would never be another
That's a stunning
tragedy
sentiment.
like that fire. One in which power was not the law of the land.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
But that means I must defeat him.
Oh
because my master, Sirologi, is, at the core, a defier of all rules and order.
Sounds like you have your work cut out for you. Have your work cut out for you. If you want my help, I will kill him. I will go to the ends of the earth with you. And I hope you understand as well, I have people from all over Teyvat that will help me with this. I swear.
Yes. And not just because of the gap in our abilities, but also because I have no reason to see him as an enemy.
I do.
Although his
Look
decision
at this,
to train
it's
me was
gorgeous.
not made out of kindness, he did everything a master should. He saved my life, taught me the sword and the principles of strength. And for that, I respect him.
And can I say here with this as well? I think for a lot of people this might be a disappointing thing to hear because a lot of people, because for me, from my perspective, 100%, I'm on the sentiment that like what Sirologi was doing was horrible, and the things he said was intended to was going to be horrible. He wanted to destroy everything that she loved in her life. Eventually, that is horrible, without a doubt. There's no arguing that. But I think it's very interesting to me that like, just like with, and it's not this music's so freaking beautiful. It's not the same story as Vaughn, but if you take Vaughn's story, right? And one of the things they did with Vaughn that's so incredible is that they didn't erase the part of him that's totally hateful or angry. They just replaced some parts of it and put in that love and that care. And more growth happens eventually. And I really feel like here as well with Skirk saying like, you know, all this, he did save her life. He did teach her the sword. And for that, she respects him. That's her decision. That's her decision to respect him. It's not my place to say you shouldn't respect him, right? I can give advice like that to a friend, right? Like the way he's saying this here, but one day he tends to face you in battle one day, right? Just like anyone, you can give advice to a friend. But the same way I would say to any other character, whatever weird path you're about to embark on, whatever stuff in your mind that you have yet to figure out, like this stuff, I'm still gonna be there for you.
I know. And it's not something I want. But Master never goes back on his word. I have to treat everything he says as a promise. He's no longer into that.
What?
But he sends me messages through the abyss every now and then.
Horrifying.
Most of them are simple greetings, or an answer to one of my questions.
So I don't know if this was said before, but this is definitely a confirmation that he is not in Teyvat. He's not in this world anymore. So like, one of the sinners is probably beyond the stars then, or at least in the abyss. Probably in the abyss, right?
Every time I hear from him, my heart skips a beat. And I wonder if this is the moment where he'll finally appear before me and tear down everything I've
You guys
built
understand
to
why I want to
pieces.
destroy this guy. This is a horrible sentiment to have for anyone to have.
Maybe that means I do live in eternal fear, just like he said. Yes,
Gorgeous.
I respect him, but I'm also afraid of him. And for that reason, the pursuit of strength consumes every moment of my life.
This music as well. Yes, I respect him, but I also am afraid of him. Yeah, and how vulnerable. Again, I never thought in a million years we'd be sitting down with Skirk and having her say, "I'm afraid," because that's not the presence we got all. But once again, Genshin does something so amazing with their characters. It's the same things they do with gods. You know, they make them so grounded and real.
I don't know what Master has planned, but I have to be ready.
If he does attack you one day, I'll help you. Are you kidding me? I'll help you as much as you need. Anything you need.
Help me? Why? This isn't your
It
fight.
is now. It is now my fight. Because if you want to build the world we both want to see, everyone has to be willing to fight for it. This means so much coming from Aether because he's a character who has seen this type of that type of connection. If you want to make a change, everybody has to be willing to fight for it. And we've seen that through every region. We have. We saw this recently with their other Archon quest. If we all do our part, we make the entire universe a kinder place. Jesus Christ. I am not doing well right now. The realization that she is, and just being open and honest, I'm afraid. I live in fear, but I also respect him. But also understand this music. Jesus, dude, this is so much. But also understanding that if needs be, we'll be here for her as well, and we'll fight for her as well. And I'm 100%, on board for that. As you guys know, I said there, I will fight him. I will hurt him. I will do it. And while she's living in fear constantly, that any day now, that the world she's built for herself is going to come crashing down. And the idea that she her heart skips a beat every time she hears his voice, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. But if she needs anything ever, you know what we should do. We should. He taught lessons through fear, right? But as we try to counter that lesson by saying just because someone is innocent or kind, that doesn't mean that they're going to be destroyed or hurt. We've seen it. We've seen it with our own freaking eyes. I could name 300 more examples of all we went through to save people who were hurt through connection. We fought back against rebellions. We've purified dragons. We stopped a whole city from being destroyed. We stopped a city from being flooded. We fought back the Abyss in a gigantic war. We stopped Dotori's plans. Like, all the stuff that we have done, and even more than that. You know what I mean? We stopped the fight in the war in Mondstadt, or the fight against Mondstadt. We have done so much. And it's all through connection with people as well. It really has. Genshin since Leave Together. Genshin since the beginning, and I need people to understand this. Genshin since the beginning, it has been a theme since the start, since second one. Since we met Paimon that day, has been a game about friendship. Skirk gazes into the distant sky. There's nothing else to do here. Should I leave? Yep. Oh, Paimon. Connection number 1, huh? We had a big talk over tea, you know?
Honestly, Paimon was gone for like 2 seconds and then she comes back and finds you both unconscious? Oh, you scared Paimon half to death.
I know, I'm sorry, Paimon.
You're both okay, right?
Yeah, we're fine.
What does it look like?
You look like your strength is back. You look stronger than ever.
Only water from the source can cleanse the rot and filth that flows from the past into the future.
And it was, yeah, that's what her inner self was saying as well. That's the reason she wasn't getting any stronger is because she was suppressing that part of herself.
I taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how you fight. I suppose what happened today will become an inseparable part of who I am.
Same.
Okay, so Paimon feels like she's missing some important context.
A lot. Fine, we should probably fill you in a bit, I'd say, actually.
But whatever. Paimon brought back tons of delicious snacks. Let's dig in.
Thank you, Paimon. Paimon always thinking about it. And this is such a good example right away. You know? And it might just be snacks, but it's getting us through the rest of the day. You know what I mean? Like, you three enjoy snacks. We're eating snacks with Skirk.
It's about time we finished what we started.
We're gonna deal with this thief for good, right?
Let's show him what we're made of.
This time, I'm not going to tell you to hold back. But having digested even more power in the meantime, he's going to be tougher than before.
Sure.
The good news is, we have no reason to pull our punches this time. So, let's go. Same place as last time.
We're going for a fight. There's a real chance, Vanessa, that you'll be used in another episode, probably the next time we do a mission. I think it's probably going to be a Skirk and Traveler thing again. What a beautiful scene. What a beautiful, beautiful moment there. And I love how in the end they drove everything home. Right? They drove everything home in the end by having Paimon, prepare some snacks for us. It's the perfect representation for me of what we mean by friendship. Because it's not just like, yeah, we've saved worlds, we fought back against the Abyss, we've done all this really incredible stuff. But it's not just that, right? It's not just that we've done. Tea with Paimon and snacks with Paimon is a representation of the little things that get us through things as well, the little connections that get us through. And I'm so glad, the same thing with Ether handing a cup of tea to Skirk. And it's the same thing as I said before with, and this is probably the same in a lot of cultures, but and I think it is, in Ireland, you know, that cup of tea that gets you through the next, few hours, you know. I love that jump as well. We can warp there. This is very clearly one of the best story quests ever made, right? Very clearly. And we're not even finished. We're about to go into battle mode. You know what? I should probably take a 2-minute wipe tears break. Because we're about to do a fight. I probably don't want to be here, drenched in tears. I might just yeah. But then again, I'll be back. I'll be back. But like, I know it's probably gonna happen again. Let's go. Hoo boy. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wait, isn't that the form the all-devouring narwhal changed into?
What the hell?
How come he knows that, too?
Is that actually Sir Logi, the Skirk's master? What?
Really? So, you're telling Paimon that giant whale and this guy can both turn into the fowl?
Oh.
How does that work?
So are we saying that, like... Are we saying that they just turned into the form of the fowl?
It's a subconscious instinct.
Whoa.
Any intelligent being who longs for his level of strength is bound to mimic his appearance. It's a natural response after encountering someone as powerful as Master.
So does that mean we fought the form of Sir Logi before then?
To them, he represents ultimate power. We know the person before us has encountered Master, and we know he stole a portion of my power. So it's not surprising that he would assume this form.
Okay. Oh, the closer Paimon looks, the more intimidating it gets.
It is pretty intimidating. Paimon's right. Of course it is.
Nervalette isn't here this time, so it's up to us.
Oh.
He won't have the nerve to steal again after we're done with him. Let's teach this guy a lesson.
I love mentioning Nervalette, right? Look at this. Look at this. This is the team. The new trio. Is it going to be our team or who's it going to be? Yes. Okay. It's going to be these guys. I didn't even know I was using... I thought I was using... that's my bad. It's a good damage, though.
Haven't forgotten your training, I hope.
What'd that say? What did that? Oh, just get rid of these things quickly, was it, I think?
Mine to wield.
She's so fast and so fluid. It's so cool that we're fighting alongside Skirk, right? It's so cool. More of these pins. Oh wait, do they want us to do this? Maybe they wanted to shoot with them actually, yeah. There's a similar... This is like the type of dude we fought before, right? Yeah. Isn't it funny though? I actually don't remember the actual fight that much itself that we did in Act 5 as much as I remember everything that happened before and after it. 110%. I have no problem saying that. I thought we could destroy it like that. I think poetically we gotta let ourselves destroy this, right? Poetically.
Mine to wield.
Water jet! Wipe out!
Mine to wield.
So cool. So cool. So cool. Oh, we're gonna cutscene. Oh my god, look at them together. Look at them. Back and forth as well. All this training that Ether got. Not this again. Watch out! Oh my god, look at this power that she has. Oh, she freaking... Oh my god, she freaking caught it. Dude, you have no idea what you're facing now. This is not just her, this is a connected Skirk. Look at this moving all around her as well. Moving on him. And we're using our water power as well. With the backup from behind, we got somewhere a bubble. With this music as well, it's so freaking epic. Huh? Wait, what?
Well then, let's see how much more of this power you can handle.
Wait! She's giving him more power? She's like overloading him. Oh my god, this music, do you hear it? Oh my god. That is so freaking oh my god, with Aether as well. No way. No freaking way. No way. A little jog and then afterwards, just as normally as possible. Here's your sword. Here's the weapon. Oh my freaking god. And this is him? Did you see? He passed her his sword. And so in the end, they both like kind of like finished it off at the same time. Did she like let him absorb more of his power? It was almost like an overload in a way. Like you couldn't take any more of that as well. Like what a way to stop someone in their tracks. I love the fight choreo in that. The fight choreo was freaking perfect. Like seeing them all maneuver around each other, seeing like them like Aether and Skirk fighting together is like something that like is so amazing to me. It's so cool. But it's just how well animated it was and how cool it made the both of them. Because we know they're cool, right? We know they're like the two of the coolest characters ever now. But it was such a cool scene. And then like this casual passing back of the weapon at the end. So freaking cool.
Well, have you come to your senses?
You saw that my body was at its limit.
Oh.
So,
Conria.
You deliberately channeled your power into me, knowing that it would destroy my shell from within.
I'm not. She's so sick. She is so cool.
Such power. Such keen battle instincts.
Oh god.
So you must be.
He's very like infected by something, right?
Skirk, Sertologi's disciple.
Tell him.
How long has it been? How long has he been away from Tevat?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds.
Hundreds? Sorry, it's a lot to take in. I should introduce myself. I am Skofnungar.
Skofnungar?
A friend of your master and one of his followers.
I don't recognize the names. This might just be a new character, but again, if it is, please let me know, because again, there's a lot we get. Oh, look at the flames on his outfit as well.
This is the first time I've heard your name, Skirk. But hundreds of years ago, I knew you existed, and I knew you would come here.
Hundreds of years ago?
So Skirk.
Sounds like you and Master have quite the history. Care to tell us about it?
Yeah, no, I need to hear this.
Of course. Might as well take advantage of a clear head while I can. The story starts a long, long time ago. I was born into a noble family in Conria. As the eldest son, I was set to inherit our title. But I contracted an incurable illness as a child, and everyone gave up on me. I trained the sword harder than anyone else, defeated all of my peers. But it was all in vain. When other people looked at me, all I saw in their eyes was pity, or a strange glee in my misfortune. Even my parents were just waiting for me to die.
Holy F, that's horrible. That's absolutely horrible.
Over time, my heart hardened, and I became aimless. That was the point where I met your master.
Interesting.
Sertologi.
Right, because Skirk met Sertologi when they were at their worst point as well, right?
We were similar in age, but different in background. He was born in prison, the son of criminals who had been sentenced to death. He spent his childhood wandering the streets, facing more criticism than the literary works in the Universitas Magistrorum.
That's a really crazy way to put it as well, though, right? Like, born in prison, son of criminals.
Yet, he always wore a smile on his face, as if kindness and malice were one and the same, and he could not see the difference. I still remember what he said to me when we first met. You need to fight to survive. Even if it's a losing battle, it should light a fire under you. How can you sit back like this and go down without a fight?
So it seems like a lot of Sir Logi's teachings comes from a place of his own misfortune, where he like fought back at the world, and he's like saying to other people now, the same with Skirk, you gotta fight. How can you let this happen? You know what I mean? And it probably is where their malice grew from as well.
That does sound like something he would say.
He was the first to acknowledge that I was worth something, and he inspired me to keep going. When we sparred together, it was the first time I actually felt the thrill of combat.
So he found something that he could actually like spar with, because he was beating everybody of his peers when he was younger, right?
When I was 10, he stole forbidden research materials and managed to cure my illness. It was like there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. When it came to the human form, he was always intent on pushing the boundaries of possibility.
I always dislike that because it sounds terrifying, the idea of like changing someone's form. But the first part here, when it was about the idea of like curing my illness, no wonder he like nearly killed us when we called him the Foul, even though I like the Foul is a fitting name, 100% the way Sir Logi acts. Skirfungr here does not see it that way. Skirfungr was like, their whole life changed when they met Sir Logi in this way, and they probably like, you know, their illness was cured. While I believe you're not indebted to someone for your life just because they did something for you, I could imagine that someone would be like, feel like they're indebted, right? That's 100% that could happen.
But somewhere along the way, I fell behind. My talents were nothing compared to his. And at some point, I realized he had pulled so far ahead, I was too embarrassed to even ask him to spar. After his grand endeavor was successful, he sought me out and said to me,
"This planet no longer holds anything of interest to me, so I'm leaving."
Jesus, okay.
But first, I have an offer. I can use a power I have just refined to break the curse of immortality for you.
Wait, you can just break the curse of immortality like that?
Your death was once what we worked so hard to prevent. But the immortality you now face is a different kind of pain.
Wait, what the hell?
I'll pass. Immortality doesn't sound so bad to me. Since I can't die, it means I have an infinite amount of time to get stronger.
And that's what he would want.
Maybe I'll finally catch up to you one day. And we can spar like we used to.
Dainsleif would freaking love to hear about this.
Are you sure? I cannot say when I will return. Your body, or rather, your soul, might not be able to withstand this curse.
We saw what it can do to people. We saw what it can do to tear people apart as well, right?
All I can do is try. After all, a wise man once told me, people need to fight for their own survival.
Wise indeed. Nevertheless, if you grow weary of the pain of immortality and wish to experience a good sparring match before you wither away, seek out my disciple.
Oh, Skirk?
Disciple? Never thought I'd hear that word coming from you.
Nor I. But Vedifenir said I was destined to find a disciple out there in the universe and bring her to Tibet.
Wait, so this was a destined thing, like a fate thing once again? So he knew that he was going to find someone to bring to Tibet. But he didn't know it would be her. That's so interesting to me. That's so interesting to me. I don't know, but they're already jumping past it. Dane's freaking brother said this. One of the other sinners.
You know as well as I, Vetifanir's prophecies are never wrong.
Oh.
Well, now I'm curious about who this disciple of yours will be.
I just realized he doesn't even have the disciple. He's just like, yeah, whoever will be, just seek her out.
All Vetifanir said was that one day the stars shall bow in her honor.
Sounds pretty impressive.
Of course. Only the most outstanding people would have the right to become my disciple.
Still self-assured as ever, I see. But you're not wrong.
I'll be leading them. Oh, and if you were serious about getting stronger, I left you a little gift in the primordial sea. As
Wait, is
I
that
said before,
the narwhal?
walk whatever path you want. Freedom means even the wicked get to make their own choices.
I get the sentiment, but like, you know, the wicked getting to make whatever choice they want means a lot of people who are like not wicked don't get to make choices they want because their lives are gone.
Waiting for me in the primordial sea.
It was the narwhal.
Was the all-devouring narwhal, already beaten into submission by Sotologi. In its weakened state, I was able to cut off part of its flesh and sew it into my own heart.
Dude!
Your heart? That sounds like torture. How did you even survive that?
Because, of course, I bear the curse of immortality.
So, you used the curse to turn yourself into a vessel for power. Even with that whale's ability, devouring power like that is not something the human body can withstand. With your body and soul constantly at the breaking point, it was the curse of immortality that sustained you.
That's the only thing that kept him alive.
But that is not the path to strength. You have to pour your heart into it, work for it, dream of it. Instead, you stole something that didn't belong to you, and it backfired.
Yeah. He said he wanted to stay behind in the immortality, and it's so interesting that like the immortality he wanted, he's like, I want to be immortal because it's going to help me work on my skills, but instead he just stole something instead. Which, in fairness though, like, sort of what you did tell him to pick whatever path he wanted.
You're right. I should have known better, but I had already pushed myself to my limits, and he was still miles ahead of me. So I had to take a leap of faith.
And this is what this kind of like toxic kind of like training can lead to as well.
I miss your master. I miss the days when we were all together, troublemakers without a home. I don't regret the choice I made. But if you'll allow it, I do want to apologize. To both
For real?
After the beating we just gave you, I think we can call it even.
The smile on Piper's face as she says this.
You're an interesting one as well. Sotologi's disciple. That's a lot to live up to. It can't have been an easy experience. I know what he's like. He rules with an iron fist, using despair and fear to force you to catch up to him, all the while standing ever out of reach. We're like mountain climbers in the dark, never knowing how much higher we have to climb, or when we will see the sun.
So there's no end in sight in this sense.
True. But I made up my mind long ago. No matter how dark it gets, I will not give in to despair.
Beautiful.
I will overcome it.
Beautiful.
Besides, after hearing your story, I suspect what Master really wants is not a battle that demands his full strength, but rather a defeat without regrets.
So she's saying he wants to be defeated in this sense then. Like, it's not that he cares about the whole idea of like, oh, I have to be tough and I have to do this. It's more just a case of like, you know, if I'm defeated and I know that I left behind, maybe, I don't know, I'm just saying maybe he left behind something that like was powerful enough or he trained someone that was powerful enough to defeat him. I don't know.
Oh?
Since you're his friend, you must have some things in common. The first time we came here, when you stabbed me through the fog and stole my power, I felt no emotion coming from that spike. But when you had to devote all your strength fighting me just now, I could feel joy and passion emanating from your blade.
Sir Lord, didn't he say, like, if you want to spar, find my disciple?
It was the joy of a researcher discovering the truth of the world, the joy of an artist uncovering a temple of wonders.
Interesting. I'm certain I didn't express those emotions outright. Yet you were able to read them from my blade, like a glimpse into my inner world. You're right. That battle brought me an unbridled sense of joy, and my defeat brings me no regret whatsoever.
Exactly. I think Master also craves a battle like that.
He wants a battle that's so tough that in the end when he's defeated, he can feel like it's satisfying.
One where his opponent forces him to use all his strength.
Wow, okay.
Unlock the extent of his potential, and transcend his own limits. A battle to
So it's not just the regret of what he left behind, but it's also there's no regrets of how much he put into it. He put everything into it.
After which, all can come to an end, including, perhaps, his life. For that very reason, good and evil are meaningless to him. He has one purpose, one goal: to complete himself. It's one of the secrets to his strength.
Perhaps you're right.
Oh, look at this.
Perhaps that is his goal. What a battle that would be. Oh, to witness such a...
Oh, Jesus.
Are you okay?
Too many different kinds of power are surging through my body. The curse of immortality allows it all to coexist, but it does not remove the pain. I won't be able to hold on to my sanity for much longer. What a shame. I would have loved to witness that battle.
To me, it's almost in a way as well, maybe I'm wrong, but like there's almost like a parallel here with Skirk looking upon this person and what they're going through as well. And while, like, you know, it's different, well, obviously the curse and all these things as well, but look how far he went to get as powerful as Sir Logi to fight him. And her path is also very similar, right? To get to be as powerful so she can fight Sir Logi.
Sir Logi once offered to free me from this curse. Now, I must ask that of you, Skirk. Can you release me from the pain?
How is she gonna do that?
I can, but not through death, if that's what you were hoping for. It's not a suitable punishment for your crime. As an alternative, I can take your consciousness, along with all the power you've consumed, and smash it to pieces. The impurities will dissipate, and under the curse of immortality, your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will be back to who you were before, no longer tortured by powers you can't control.
That's insane.
But it will be a time-consuming and painful process. The decision is yours to make.
I accept. And who knows? Perhaps I'll wake up in time to witness your great battle with Sir
And this is his new goal, to witness this battle. Can I read this again? Just so the impurities will dissipate out of the curse of immortality. Your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will go back to be who you were before, no longer tortured with powers you can control. This made it sound very horrible. Then I was like, oh, this is insane. But it's like a regeneration or recreation, I guess.
I have faith that you'll be able to stand against him one day.
Absolutely same.
Though I know it'll be a long and arduous road. If we are climbers in the dark, it appears the dawn has finally broken for me.
His voice acting is so good as well, by the way.
Ascent continues.
Oh my god, she's still a climber in the dark?
At least, it looks like you are not alone on your journey.
Yes, and that could be the light. That could be the light. You don't have to just be climbing in the dark.
I will reach the top of this mountain, no matter what it takes.
She's still going for it.
And you, Skofnunger, will be my witness.
Oh my god!
At the end of all
Look
things.
at her. Oh my god.
It's finally over. Let's get out of here.
I am so like what?
At least we don't have to make a mad dash for the exit like last time.
Yeah, 100%. In the end, it turns out that the one who was trying to steal our power from us wanted to gain enough power to fight against Sertology. That's why they sewed a piece of the narwhal, the devouring beast, into their heart. And because they had the immortality, they weren't able to be destroyed. They didn't get destroyed by it so quickly, which would have actually destroyed them and maybe devoured them as well. He's been chasing this high of trying to get as good as Sertology this whole time. And Sertology told him in his past, if you ever need someone to spar with, look how beautiful the scene is, find my disciple. And he did. And it was the biggest joy he had up to this point. Finally, he was happy. She sensed it was like there was like a feeling of elation as he was fighting Skirk. And now he's even said to her, I think you could do this. I think you will be able to do this. So there is a way to cure the curse in a way, but it seems kind of hazy to me personally. Like I'm not sure exactly, like, because I don't know what Skirk is doing is like curing the curse, or is it like removing the parts that are infected by the narwhal, compared to what Sertology said he was going to do, like, you know? We'll have to like maybe think about that, or maybe hear from you guys as well, what you guys think about that as well. But it seems like the story that we're learning from this guy here is that both he and Skirk were disciples of Sertology. Sertology is looking for a battle for himself where he can die without regrets, where he can put his full power into it, where he doesn't feel like he had to hold back at any moment, or he didn't even get to do his full potential. And both of them clearly want to be that in some way, to make him like leave this place without any regrets. And that seems like, and again, the analogy of climbing in the dark, they don't know how long it's going to take, they don't know how far they have to go, but from I forget his name, I can't pronounce it, his perspective, it's like, you're still going, but you have friends with you. You're probably gonna have a better chance at this as well than I did. But he is another person just like Skirk, who was down in their luck, who experienced something horrible, was casted out, and I know Skirk wasn't casted out, but was down in the luck, and Sertology was able to find them in the end. So it seems like, again, I can totally understand from Skirk's perspective, where again, she's still being very serious, but she's also like she's not treating him as like, F you, buddy, you suck, you know what I mean? She's treating him a kind of way of, it's just like, look, I know what you've experienced in terms of going up against Sertology. I know what you've experienced in that idea of trying to get as good as Sertology. I know that feeling of climbing in the dark. So while she hasn't like given him forgiveness, she's like, hey, I kicked the living crap out of you. Let's leave it. You know what I mean? Skirk gazes into the distant sky. There's nothing else to do here. Should we leave? Yes. I love that like the leaving system now is actually just Skirk. Now.
We did it! Oh, it's only been a few days, but it feels like forever.
I mean, that's, yeah. That's kind of another analogy for where she had to live, right?
Once again, we've proved there's nothing we can't overcome. We're just that awesome.
We didn't even break a sweat.
Wow, you sound even more confident than usual. Guess you really have become stronger.
Appreciate it.
Today sure went by fast. It's night already. Oh wait, that reminds Paimon. The stars you mentioned, the ones that died out, are they back now?
Yes. The power Skofnunger stole has been returned.
Great.
So, the stars
Because that's how this started, right? The idea of the stars being taken, us being weak, and in the end, it seems like everything's kind of coming back to normal.
Great! Huh, it's crazy that you even noticed their light was gone. There are so many stars in the sky. If a few disappeared, Paimon definitely wouldn't be able to tell.
And that's interesting about the way Sertology was saying that as well, right? Where Sertology was kind of like, you know, this universe is so vast and not everyone is as like, but that's not what Paimon is saying, you know what I mean? She's just saying that it's hard to notice when like one starlight goes out.
I suppose it's
gorgeous.
Because I have gazed upon this sky for centuries.
Oh my god, so she knows like every part of it?
The false stars.
False stars?
In the meticulously planned sky. Glittering with rotten
light, like a plaid sky. It's just laying it out like right in front of us, right?
It's not real. And yet, it is for that very
Jesus
reason
Christ.
that I can look upon it and enjoy the momentary peace it brings.
Isn't that so crazy that now post like Natlan, we're just having chats about this as normal? Like, you know what I mean? It's beautiful, I agree.
Even the most beautiful of bubbles has to burst. We will return to the real universe one day, whether of our own volition or not. Time marches ever forward. Even the innocent and naive will taste life's bitterness. Yet through hardship, we grow until we learn to seize the sands of time for ourselves and uncover our true strength. Though we gaze upon a false
sky, Jesus.
Its vastness and majesty is palpable. One can only wonder, what is it going to take for kindness to reign supreme in the vast expanse of the universe?
What a freaking line. And look at this beautiful shot as well. But what a freaking line. What is it going to take for kindness to reign supreme in the vast expanse of the universe, even after all we've done, right? I think it takes one step at a time. I really do.
Ugh. This is all going over Paimon's head. But if she knows one thing, it's that the traveler always finds
Thank
a
you,
way.
Paimon.
Ever since we met, he has filled Paimon's
Paimon!
days with happiness. No matter how tough things get, he always finds a way to make it
Are you
better.
serious? Thank you so much.
If it's too big a job for one person, then we'll do it with two. And if two's still not
Oh my
enough,
God.
then three.
Oh my god. This is the light of the life. This is the answer. It's Paimon. Paimon is the answer to all the life's problems.
We've met so many amazing friends and accomplished so many amazing things. As long as we don't give up, we can make any wish come true.
Oh, look at this little... No, maybe it's not a smile. Maybe I'm just seeing things in Skirk's face, but the eyes look a little softer. But this is so true. We said this. We said this throughout the whole mission. This is the crux of it. We can accomplish anything.
I suppose when it comes to you...
And you! And you! You're out. This is your friend now. You're a pal. You're a buddy. You can't get out of this. You have to... You're with us now.
Well, I should be going. Now that my power is no longer isolated from my emotions, I need more practice to get used to it.
That's an interesting way of putting it, right? So now that she's able to like be in touch with her emotions and that side of herself, she has a whole new training regimen to go forward now. When we meet again.
I suppose fate will decide. Maybe we'll bump into each other on the street.
Oh, yeah?
Or maybe we'll reunite on a different planet entirely.
Stop! Right now!
Regardless, reunions and partings are but passing moments. More than anything, I hope that at the end of this journey, wherever it takes us, we stand in a world reborn.
And again, it sounds like she wants that to happen now, where kindness reigns supreme, right? Which I think is such a beautiful change.
One without war, pain, or forced partings. One where new life can bloom, even where there was once nothing but scorched earth. For this, we must all work to become stronger.
No! Of course, Master! Are you kidding me?
If that's what you want to call me, I won't object. Goodbye.
I love it. I freaking love it. Oh yeah. I was just like, yeah, see ya. This is normal now.
Is it just Paimon? Or is she being nicer than before? We definitely count as friends after all
That's
that,
Buddy.
don't you think?
That's Buddy right there. That's Skirk Buddy.
Hey, what do you think about camping here tonight?
Come on.
There's nothing quite like sleeping under the stars.
I'm up for it.
Come tomorrow, we can continue our journey. Oh, and since Paimon treated you to that super nice meal at Wamin restaurant, it's about time you return the favor.
Sure. Any day. Oh, beautiful. Ah, no. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going crazy about this. I didn't want this to end. This was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful... You can't do that. You can't give me Skirk's... Where is she? I'm gonna give it back to her. You can't give it back. You can't give me that. Holy hell. This was, to me, just like such a instant classic of a quest. I think this is a quest that people will talk about for years to come when you bring up your favorite quest. Look how beautiful this place is. I think this is a place where... This is a quest that like will be talked about by, you know, everyone in that way for the longest time. I know, like, for me, like, as I've said before, I appreciate every quest that we do as if it is like an Archon quest. That's always been what we do on this channel. There's never ever a thing on this channel that we don't treat with respect in the same way. Oh my god! In the same way you would respect an Archon quest, and this is like to me just one of the best quests in the game. By the way, traveling around is Vrasa, one of the most fun things in the world. You know what I mean? So obviously there's gonna be like some stuff like we saw all this before, and I just want to make clear like I probably don't have as much time to come back today. My recording schedule is a little bit different today. I'm recording the day before I upload this video on a Saturday. I don't usually record on Saturday. I know it's just so I can take a bit of a break sometimes, which is a good thing. Which you know, to refresh yourself. I have the best job in the world, but it's always good to like take a little bit of break, even if you have a fantastic job. So it stays a fantastic job. What I gotta say is this. To me, the crux of this whole thing and what we've been learning throughout this whole mission. And if we can like maybe like summarize what and how we feel about it as we're going forward as well. But this mission was Skirk noticing that some of the stars had gone. And then also at the same time, we as our own characters as well, some of our powers being drained as well. So Skirk was able to notice that something was going wrong here, and this could lead her, I guess, to learn more about the idea of Certology. She brought us in and trained us. And we saw there's such a great training sequence, because not only was like a great training sequence with Skirk, like we had all those big moments, like the actual physical training was so awesome. It was so freaking cool. Not only was that freaking amazing, but it was also as well the in-between parts where we got to go into like Skirk's dream, and we were being led around by a mini version of Skirk, right? And all along, it was a part of her that was like the innocent, the beautiful, the emotional part of her that she had suppressed for so long, that she felt she had to suppress. But I think having us in her life, which once again, like the unknown variable, right? All the time. With Aether being the unknown variable. He's not only just the unknown variable in Fate, but he's the person that comes along in your life that all of a sudden you realize, oh, having friends is pretty sick. You know what I mean? Aether and Paimon come into your life, and then all of a sudden you're like, man, somehow having friends is awesome. So they were leading us through this whole thing with and I might find a place to sit down somewhere. Not here. Leading us through this whole, we might actually maybe go to Liyue Harbor. It might be nice just to sit down somewhere. Just so I can like concentrate on what I'm thinking about here, because I'm going to miss some stuff, but I might have if I do have a chance to come back and talk to you guys, I will, but chances are, I'm just saying right now, I probably won't have a lot of time today. Where's it? Is there a bench nearby? Is there a Liyue bench? Excuse me, do you know where I can find a Liyue bench? Oh, over there, love. Thank you so much, sir. Excuse me, do you know I can find the Liyue bench? Have you tried the west ones? Oh, I haven't. Thank you so much, sir. No problem. I'm the same person as last time. Calvin forgot to do a different voice. Up here it has to be, right? Yeah, we can set up where Zhongli usually sits. Perfect. In fact, we can do photo mode. pretty good. Okay. Vanessa sitting down. Someone give her some food. Jesus Christ. Yeah, where did I leave off? I was talking about the idea of like the dreams that we were having there, and they were showing us like all these things that happened in Skirk's past, and Skirk's past is absolutely horrible. In terms of like all she had to do and all she had to go through. This is a character who watched all of her loved ones burn and die as they called out for her name. That is a horrific thing to even think about or even to remember in any way, shape, or form. Like for me, that would be like one of the like, what I was saying for me, for anyone, that would be like a situation that like you would feel horrible even trying to like reminisce on. So in a lot of ways, when she met Sirtology did save her life. But also Sirtology gave her this path that probably seemed pretty nice at the time, right? Suppressing all of those emotions. But in a way, Sirtology wanted her to make more connections because he wanted to destroy her in the future. And I think that's what she was saying. The reason he wanted to do this is because he wanted to have a fight with someone who was like well-connected, who had lots of friends. And it seemed that Dane's brother gave Sirtology that vision of that you will like train a disciple. And then, and I wondered if he also told him about like, the disciple making friends. Maybe that was just him. He wanted to destroy what she loved as well, which is horrible to think about because especially like if you're someone who went through what she went through, you would try to distance yourself from a lot of people because you wouldn't want to like make sure that anything happened to them in the future. You wouldn't want to recreate what happened in your head. Skirk was a character who was a very like adventurous spirit, someone who like wanted to go out and adventure in the world. But her village being destroyed by people from another planet led her to believe that kindness was like a weakness, and led her to believe that the world was like was only for horrible people. But one of the things, again, as you said, our character meeting up with her in that world. Remember, we went into her dream later on with the spirit once again, with her like a little version of herself, the emotional part of herself. We learned that like, or we were able to say to her, hey, like, we understand that you feel like this way, like, and anyone would feel this way, but like, you don't have to suppress the emotional side of yourself. You don't have to suppress the connections that you've made for yourself as well. You can have strength and learn from the past, is what they said. Learn from the past and all the mistakes that you made, while also still making connections with people and not suppressing the emotional side of yourself. And every single day, she said she heard the voices in her head, and she suppressed all of them. She heard people talking to her that died that day. She heard people that heard her inner self talking to her that day as well. And she suppressed it because she didn't want anything to happen where she could feel emotions or get connected to anybody. The reason why the reason why Tartaglia could not find her is because she did not want Tartaglia to get hurt. She didn't want her world to crash around her. And a little bit that, but also the idea of like, hey, if I keep making this big connection with the world and then it's all destroyed, how horrible would that be? Her goal right now is to find Sirtology, to climb in the dark, to finally find him and give him that death without regrets. At least that's what she believes that he wants as well. And now that she's now connected with her emotions again, she has a whole new outlook on this world. She has a whole new trading. She has a whole new way of like living. So she has to learn how to trade in that sense as well, alongside with all the emotions that she had as well. So there is like that new feeling that comes along with that as well, with the Sirtology, with coming after Sirtology, but now with like a connection with friends. Even at the end when we were like, hey, master, she was like, you can call me that, And that to me is like the closest we're going to get at this moment for her to basically just say, hey, buddy, hey, buddy, which I do see her as a friend. I would have never thought back when I finished Fontaine that Skirk would be someone who I would consider a friend. And Skirk is someone who I would consider such an emotionally beautiful character. I genuinely thought we would not see Skirk for another few years. I thought that she would have showed up maybe randomly again during an Archon quest or something. I never thought she would have showed up like this again. Never. And it's absolutely incredible that she did. I'm trying to think of other stuff we can talk about. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about. The idea that, like, the idea of the narwhal and being Sirtology's pet. Sorry, guys. I had to re-maneuver myself. The idea of being Sirtology's pet, but it was kind of left there for the other guy. I can't pronounce his name. It starts with an S. He like took a part of that narwhal and put it inside of himself, just so he could fight Sirtology. And he also came from a similar position, not obviously the same, but like he also was very vulnerable. He was also very hurt. The world had hurt him, and he was down on his luck. I know that's when Sirtology found him, and you can kind of understand from a perspective. Even though I don't like Sirtology, I do not like him. But from the perspective of someone like him and Skirk, I don't think you're gonna like. I think for them to be like, man, he saved my life. Yes, I want to make it clear. You do not have to respect somebody who did something good for you if they're doing something bad for you afterwards. You do not. End of. Nothing. There's no argument there for me. But but also, as we always try to do, we understand where characters are coming from, and emotionally, I can see where they would still be like, I love him so much, or not. She didn't say I love him so much. She's just like, there's a respect there in some ways, even though he did some really horrible stuff to her. But he was told by Dane's brother that this was a destined meeting as well. So there was also mentions of the spaceship once again, and like how they came from spaceship, which means there's like interplanetary trade going on and interplanetary travel going on up there. They're outright just saying the stars are a lie now. It's just right in front of us. There's no hiding it anymore. The stars are a lie. But the way Skirk describes it, like, yeah, the stars are a lie, but it's still beautiful, right? Like, even though like it is a lie, it's still nice to gaze upon them. And I kind of like that sentiment as well. It's actually a very beautiful sentiment to me also. And I think a lot of the stuff that Skirk did say during this quest was also like a lot of beautiful stuff as well. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about, because again, I'm worried that I might not be able to come back. Yeah, it's just Skirk was from the timeline we have here. Skirk was a kid that loved to adventure. They were a little bit of a troublemaker. Their village was destroyed. When their village was destroyed, they saw everyone die in front of them, and they almost died, and Sirtlogi saved them. Sirtlogi then trained Skirk, and then gave Skirk the task of going off beyond into Teyvat to find friends, to make connections, but also keep training. And then one day, Sirtlogi would try and destroy those connections that Skirk had made. Skirk then would suppress all the emotions inside of them, that adventurous spirit they had, making friends, child, us, all this stuff, tried to suppress all this stuff, because it was an attempt to basically be like, I don't want that to be destroyed. I don't want them to get hurt, and I don't want this world coming crashing down around me. They noticed that the stars were falling out of line, and they also like probably sensed that we were in trouble as well. And they thought it was probably one of the best ways to find that kind of like, I guess, connection to Sirtlogi as well. They trained us. We learned about their past as we learned all this stuff there, and we had a connection with their emotional spirit. We fought the disciple of Sirtlogi that was trying to take our heart from us, or take a part of us from us. And in trying to take a part from us, they tried to take too much in that battle, and she actually gave him too much and actually overloaded him in that sense too. And we found out as well that he had taken a piece of the narwhal inside of himself. And I think that's like kind of like a good timeline of the events of this whole quest, right? The idea of like from where we are to where we ended up, because now Skirk is in a position where I feel like they have reconnected with their emotions. They fought as much as they could to suppress that, but now they have reconnected with that person that they once were. And there's nothing wrong with that. Learning to like, and it can make you more powerful, even and physically. They said like the inner emotions of Skirk said, if you don't do this, like you're never going to repair yourself in the same way you did before. Even Skirk said there's something wrong with me, and they went to talk to the inner emotions of themselves also in that way too. And like that whole sequence as we were walking through the dream of Skirk and with the emotional part of themselves also was a real like kind of like eye opener to a lot of the stuff that happens in this game as well, and how like absolutely incredible this stuff can be as well. Is a beautiful area, like, signifying like, the broken passages of her life and her emotions. And eventually it all got connected again. You saw like all the connections to how it felt like kind of polluted at the same time also. Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Guys, thank you so much for watching this episode. I had so much fun with this. If you want me to review this quest, it was just fantastic. It was really fantastic. And I will see you guys all soon. I should also thank the Never Can Repay the Baby Gangster on Patreon as well. Hi everyone, I found some time to come back for a little bit. Again, I'm sure there's some stuff I'm really missing, and if there is, like 100% talk, because again, it would be one of those things where you guys are going to be like, oh, this happened. And I'm going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. Like, it's just that like, this is such a big quest and I played it for, 4 hours or so. I think so anyway. Haven't fully edited it yet. But yeah, there's no problem letting me know, hey, you missed this, or like you're forgetful about something, because some stuff had already been said in the past and I will like, need some reminding, because again, I played all these like in a year and a half, you know what I mean? But the other things I wanted to talk about were like the idea of the training styles. I love the idea of the personal style stuff and the intent and thought behind all the movements, and how they use like a lot of fighters that we saw before as example. Like Kaz was a perfect example, like, and it really is one of those things where like we became better fighters throughout our like struggles but like really focusing on how all of our friends use their weapons is such a cool thing. The idea of why he drained us is really interesting to me as well. He drained us because it's almost his desire, like the narwhal, to like devour things. And it seems like it's just one of those things like where he drained, I didn't even talk about this, he drained Archon residue and also drained the stars as well. So like this is like something that, they talked about this at the end of the quest as well, but this is something that was like happening that was actually like pretty freaking terrifying in a way too. And it all kind of went back to normal in the end, but like it was just like a desire for power, I think. And that's why he wanted, you know, he was thinking about the idea of growth and wanting to grow, and a desire then to see a fight, but you know, a desire to fight Sertology on the same level, but now he has a desire to see the fight between Sertology and Skirk as well. And the other thing I wanted to say is probably like not as important to some people, but to me it is. I love the realism of these quests, and like one of the biggest things for me was like the Paimon buying food for us and then asking for the money or for to be repaid back. But I love the idea that she's using like the change in her boot. You know, she has in the tip of her boot for food for us. And again, it's one of those things that we just went for a meal. You know what I mean? We just went for a meal, and then Skirk showed up. Also, how we went to Baiju at the pharmacy. I mean, that felt so like real to me as well. And I think Genshin like was always good at that, but has gotten better and better, I feel like, making the game feel very grounded and real. I think it's because they have so many characters now in the game, and they've introduced so many characters they can like call back to stuff. I talk about this before in my Genshin playthrough constantly, how like some games will forget about characters forever, but I love how like it's like that thing where it's like, oh, we need someone who knows stuff about books. Sing Show, you know what I mean? And they bring back Sing Show for a bit. Oh, we need someone like, we need a place to rest. The Boo Boo Pharmacy. Like, it makes perfect sense. And I love the way they bring back stuff like that. And like, it makes the world feel very full and real in a lot of ways too. It's really, really fantastic. Yeah, overall, guys, I just think this was a really fantastic quest. A really emotional quest. I love the idea of like, reconnecting with your own suppressed emotions in the way that they did. Like, I thought it was so freaking beautiful. Not many people get to face their own suppressed emotions, but, you know, Skirk was able to do that. These emotions that were so deep down inside of them that they were finally able to, like, you know, reconnect with them in some way. I thought that was fantastic. But yeah, that's all I got to really say. I'm sure there's some stuff that, like, again, there's stuff in this quest that I probably reacted to, like, as if it was the first time that I've seen them. But you're going to probably, someone's going to be like, well, actually, this was said in the quest here. 110%. That happens. So please let me know. TIE Fire 2, JB Bull, Janet the Banana, the Ghost Phoenix and Flitches Felix, Yuled, Radish, Anusta, Death Tramp, Lynx Markey, the Assassin, True Peanut Butter, Peter Shelson, Heck, Leanne, High Casparian, Jared Beanham, and the Heist here on my YouTube, Blasco, and Roll Gamer 7. I'll see you all so soon. Bye bye.